there I am. I don't know why it always does that. It like takes a minute for me to like load in, I guess. How's everyone doing? Oh boy, sorry about the late start. I had a long, long day. It's been a long week, actually. Hey, Sai, how are you? So, yeah, we're gonna finish Nicola's route in Piofiore. We've been wrapping up a lot of these routes lately. And yes, like Amnesia, I'm gonna be showing off all the routes. And yeah, there's a bunch of other games I want to play. I want to hurry up and get Cult of the Lamb because apparently they're gonna delist that game. Oh, that's good, that's good. They're gonna delist that game at the end of the year, so I should probably hurry up and get it. I mean, it is on my Throne wish list, too. But I think it'd be really fun. I could name the cultists after the people in my chat and like my VTubing friends. It'll be another way for me to bully you all. Just been a busy day, but tomorrow's my day off, so from work, so I can just chill and probably learn how to play Overwatch. That should be interesting. Boy, can you hear me okay? Anyway, I think I got the monitor situation like better, so I'm not like going like that and losing the face tracking. So I just moved it a little over and just moved my whole setup over and then moved the spot, then moved the light I use to like light up my face so I can get better facial capture over. I need a longer desk, honestly. That's probably the big thing. Yeah. I noticed it in yesterday's VOD. It's okay though, you know? We all have a little bit of scuff every once in a while. And yeah, I didn't post the waiting room because I think I can actually schedule streams within Streamlabs itself, but I haven't gotten around to that. But yeah, rather than like going into the YouTube studio, I was looking at my second monitor where the game was playing because I have a 2 monitor setup. I have like my laptop, which is where my webcam is, and then I have the monitor, the gaming monitor. Bottom line is I need a better setup, but you know, it's okay for now. But I moved some things around, so hopefully there's better tracking, you know. I really am trying here. It's just this monitor has like the biggest stand possible. Oh, hello everyone coming in. Yeah. Like, I really wish you could see this monitor stand. It, like, takes up most of my desk. And then I have my laptop, and, like, I have the Akububa mouse pad, like, shoved into the corner. And my setup's not great. I probably should, you know, once I can start earning money from it, it will probably improve or just get more funds, honestly. It's alright, it's alright. You know, some VTubers started out with a laptop and a PNG and only one monitor, so I think that I'm doing well, you know? And yeah, 6 month... Here, I'm just moving my laptop, sorry about that. And 6 month anniversary is coming up soon, yay! I can always just pull this thing in the desk out, maybe? I don't know. But then, like, my... I don't know. Maybe I should get a ring light, too. Because I'm using just, like, a desk lamp to, like, light up my face. I'll figure something out. An iPad? An iPad. Are you serious? Oh, jeez. Well, anyway. Let me just get the game started here. I dropped my other Switch remote. Yeah, I guess that's good. My head's still gonna be turned a little bit, but that's okay. You know, pretty soon we're gonna have, like, I think with live 2D. Oh. Yeah. Speaking of Boogie Pop, I'm thinking of eventually doing a Boogie Pop Phantom watch along. I think that'd be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? So anyway. So, you know it's coming up soon. October's happening soon. And that's going to be a month chock full of fun, spooky stuff. So look forward to that. I think I'm probably going to play a lot of the horror games that were released like within the past year or so, because I didn't get around to playing a lot of them. So yeah, definitely gonna play Resident Evil 4 remake. And maybe be prepared for some simping on my end for Leon Kennedy. So yeah, just get this going. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Never mind, don't worry. Don't worry about that. I just got a text message. But yeah, let's start. I love how at the beginning it's like, oh, it's illegal to distribute this without notification of the copyright owner. And I'm like, is this like bad? But I guess, like, I guess that streaming a game is considered fair use because it counts as commentary and review. Maybe I shouldn't worry too much. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to live screen. Okay. And I actually remembered to turn on the audio this time, so go me. Oh, that sounds good. Okay. I don't know if I can read books on stream unless they're public domain. Like, I can read Dracula and Edgar Allan Poe, that's fine. Like, but I think if it's not public domain, then I can't. That counts as copyright infringement. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right. All right. Yeah, I think Mr. Nightmare got permission from the... Because I know he read a lot of creepypastas, but I think he got permission. And with the older stuff, it's kind of hard to, unless they say in the... Unless they say, like, in the writing itself that it's okay to record yourself, like, reading it. I think you do have to ask permission for the writer to read it. What I could do is I could share my favorite creepypasta, maybe in the community tab, and you all can, like, read it on your own. I think that's fine. Like, I can post links to it, like where they posted it. Alright. How long was this meeting going to take? We are outside the room, eagerly awaiting the outcome when... Who is that?
ご無沙汰しておりますね。ファルツォーネの、いえ、ビスコンティのニコラ・フランチェスカ様。
Oh. Who are you? I think we're in the casino, actually. Yeah, we're meeting with the other mafia in the casino, so...
ようこそいらっしゃいました。本日は当カジノにお越しくださり、恐悦至極に存じます。
Yeah, I remember. Let me just check the audio. I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit. There you go. Oh god, that's creepy. Huh. Hang on. There we go. My chat died for a second there. On my end it did, at least. In front of us was a flamboyantly dressed man with an unusual mask on his face. It's the Phantom of the Opera, except gayer, I guess.
そちらのお綺麗なシニョリーナはフランチェスカ様のご友人でしょうか？
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm trying to like get the YouTube thing straightened out.
君には関係ない。
Nicola responded sharply, but it didn't seem to faze the man at all.
ああ、残念です。ぜひともご紹介いただきたかったのですが。
He quickly turned and bowed to me as a formal gesture.
申し遅れました、シニョリーナ。私は当カジノの支配人、ディレットーレを任されております。
Oh.
セバスティアーノ・ガリーエと申します。以後、お見知りおきくださいませ。
Oh, hello. My name is...
名乗らなくていいよ。
What? Is he dangerous?
彼は部外者だ。君に関する情報をくれてやる必要はない。
ああ、それは非常に残念ですが、粛々と受け入れましょう。ミステリアスな女性というのも心惹かれるものですから。ただ、一つ気がかりなことがありまして。もしやそちらのシニョリーナのご縁によるものかと思い、お名前を確認させていただきたかったのですが、名乗っていただけないのでしたらしようがありませんね。
彼は普段からこの調子なんだ。あまり真に受けない方がいいよ。
Nicola seems suspicious of the man, but what should I do? Maybe... Yeah, I'll give him my name. Oh. I'll give him my name. My name is Eden Wei. Pleased to meet you, Direttore.
君は。
I mumbled quietly at the frowning Nicola. It wouldn't be difficult for someone to find out who I am. I wasn't trying to keep myself secret, and a lot of people in town know me. I don't think hiding my name here will help. I am a bit interested in what the Direttore has in mind too.
はあ、素晴らしい敬願ですね、シニョリーナ。
Oh, thank you. He smiled widely and clapped his hands together loudly.
羨ましい。フランチェスカ様は実に魅力的なご友人をお持ちだ。
You mentioned about having something on your mind?
ええ、お教えしますとも。我らはすでに互いの名を知る同士、いわば友人ですから。
I couldn't help but frown as well, hearing his playful, overly theatrical tone.
今夜、どうもカジノを嗅ぎ回っている犬がいるようです。
Sorry about that.
各組織の皆様が厳重に警護してくださっている中、このカジノへ近づこうとするとは。 どうにもしつけがなっていません。何も起こらなければ良いのですが。
犬か。
Nicola's expression hardened at the Direttore's words.
忠告に感謝するよ、ディレットーレ。
いえいえ、淑女に対する礼節は我々男の義務ですから。しかし今夜はことさら長引いているようです。難しい議題なのでしょうね。例えば近頃ブルローネの街を騒がせている例の各ファミリーのソルジャーが次々に不審死を遂げている件などでしょうか。
Because it's about the Italian mafia in 1925 and everybody dressed drippy back then. Also, otome games tend to have very... what's the word I'm looking for? They tend to have very flashy costumes in these kind of games. Just anyway, it's supposed to be eye-catching. And yeah, when the game is all about the art and the visuals, why wouldn't you go crazy with the outfits? I like it, personally. It finally dawned on me. I could see why Nicola was trying to place distance between us and the Director. Director continued to speak very openly.
死者はすでに20を超えたとか。
Oh, wow.
派手な銃撃戦がひとたび起きればそれ以上の死傷者が生まれることもままありますが、しかし毎夜毎夜一人二人と死んでいくのは実に珍しい。幹部の皆様が胸を痛めるのもごもっともなこと。
He continued to speak about what happened as if he were singing a song.
ディレットーレ、君には何度も忠告したはずだよ。余計な好奇心は身を滅ぼすって。僕たちの事情に首を突っ込むのはやめた方がいい。
ああ、ごもっともです。フランチェスカ様、出過ぎた真似をいたしました。
He bowed deeply. Something tells me I shouldn't trust him. I agree. Oh, what's this? With Lilith and Nicola gone, we could finally get down to business.
本当にお前らは構成員殺しに関わってねえんだな。
他組織の戦力を削りながら己の所属に疑いがかからぬよう自前の駒も処分する。思い切った手段で俺好みではあるが、さすがの俺も留置場の中までは手を出せん。さりとて警察と懇意にしているファルツォーネであれば可能かもしれんが、
わざわざファミリーの、それも幹部を留置場で殺す。そんなバカはしない。警察との関係に亀裂を入れるような真似はしたくないからな。そうだな。俺にはダンテの理屈は筋が通っているように聞こえる。
しかし十分ではないな。それだけのリスクを冒す理由があれば話は別になるはずだ。
たく、
荒探しはそれくらいにしてくれ。話が進まねえ。第一、粛清や処刑なら誰が殺したかはっきり示さなきゃ意味がねえだろ。
そうだな。何一つ痕跡を残さず闇討ちのように殺すことには意味がない。
Yeah. Yeah, don't they usually leave calling cards? Their message wouldn't come through if the who and why weren't clear.
どうも今回の件は構成員を殺すことだけに特化してる気がするんだ。
確かに現状では殺す以外の目的は見えんな。何か要求を受けた組織は？
Yeah. Yeah, usually they send messages whenever they kill somebody. So it's not somebody in the mafia. I think it's that detective guy. That guy seems very overzealous when it comes to capturing criminals.
ファルツォーネには何もない。
うちもだ。
目的は殺しそのものと考えた方が良さそうだ。
俺たちの家業は恨みを買いやすい。何も要求がないのなら復讐と考えるのが定石だろ
う。組織関係なく死んだ奴は20を優に超えてるんだぜ。ただの怨恨にしちゃ派手すぎねえか。
であれば敵の目的は金か？ヨーロッパの裏口ブルローネを支配するマフィアたちの利権だ。
Yang worded what was on my mind. The enemy was after the Berlone Mafia.
おそらくだが一連の殺しは俺たちの力を削ぐことが目的なんじゃねえか。俺たちを疑心暗鬼にさせ抗争を起こしその隙を狙ってるとかな。
狙いは漁夫乗りということか。
Aren't in the habit of working as allies.
今ある組織を潰し新たにこの町を支配しようとしている勢力があると。
だとしても大した敵ではないな。爪が甘い。下策も下策だ。
ま、とにかくだ。敵が見えていない以上末端の連中がやり合うようになれば思うツボだろう。ますます俺たちの力がそがれていく一方だ。彼女の件がある。ファルツォーネとラオシュは互いに思うとこもあるだろうが。
Dante and Yang must already know what I'm going to say.
ひとまずこの件が片付くまでは休戦ってのはどうだ？
Silence filled the room. I could tell what they were thinking, but this was the best option for now. Something tells me I shouldn't trust him.
では私はホールの様子を見てまいりますので。
The director elegantly bowed and departed. The door slammed open, and the first person to come out was Gil. I could tell by his expression that things went well.
無事に終わったぜ。しばらくの間、休戦協定を結ぶことになった。
That's good to hear.
顔を合わせた甲斐があったね。お疲れ、ギルバート。
ああ、なんだ。表が騒がしいな。
よくないね。今何か起きれば結論に水を差しかねない。
見に行ってみるか。どうせ賭けに負けたやつが暴れてるとか、その程度だろうが。
Huh? Gil seemed to be taking it lightly. On the other hand, Nicola looked quite tense.
このいい加減にしろ。俺を誰だと思っている。
Isn't that... Oh my gosh, he's literally
お前たちは
everywhere. He's everywhere, I swear. Whenever shit goes down, he's right there. Roberto was being detained by security.
なんだか嫌な予感はしていたんだよね。しつけのなっていない犬がいるって聞かされていたし。
Ah, is this what the director was talking about?
間違いなく彼のことだろうね。
Roberto's anger was palpable as he glared at us.
何があった？
不審者です。裏口から侵入しようとしていました。
Yeah. What's going to happen, Gil?
今夜は俺一人ってわけじゃねえからな。この男の処遇について決めるなら、あいつらの意見も聞かねえと。
The casino security brought Yang and Dante to the scene.
殺しておけ。目障りなハムシを見逃す道理はない。
ギルバートの好きにすればいい。今夜の主催はお前だ。
After asking for their opinion, Gil turned his attention to Nicola.
ニコラ、お前ならどうする？
Instead of looking at Roberto, he glanced at me for a moment before speaking.
今警察と揉め事を起こすのはあまり望ましくないと思う。
I think you might be right about that.
留置場で殺しが起きているんだよ。藪をつついて蛇を出すのは避けたい。
ずいぶん逃げ腰だな。たかが刑事の一人や二人、どうとでも手を回せるだろう。
ヤン、それを決めるのはギルバートだ。お前に決定権はない。
What crossed my mind during the exchange of words was... Ah, da 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 da. Yeah, don't kill him. That would only cause more trouble. Don't kill him. I decided to support what Nicola said. If possible, I'd like you all to spare Roberto.
お前にも決定権はない。俺たちの話に口を出すな。
I know I don't have any right to speak here, but... There was no way I could stay silent when someone in front of me could die. Nicola gave a weak smile, and then tried to cover me.
女性の前で血生臭い話をした僕たちが悪かったね。
ま、確かにな。
Gil agreed, then quickly glanced around the area.
揉めるようなら場を仕切り直して話し合った方がいいだろう。ブルローネマフィアのトップがガン首揃えて立ち話ってのも目につくからな。
Yeah.
こら、何を。
Uh-oh. Roberto got himself loose and quickly drew his gun. He then pointed it straight at Nicola. What? No! I jumped between Nicola and Roberto.
No.
He couldn't stop his finger from pulling the trigger in time. Oh no! I closed my eyes and braced myself for the pain of the bullet. A shot resounded through the night. It doesn't hurt? I slowly opened my eyes. It looked like the bullet missed its mark and flew off into nothing.
いきなり発砲とは穏やかじゃねえな。お前、それでも刑事か？
It appeared that Gil knocked the gun out of Roberto's hand. Oh, thank God. Thanks, Gil. Gil kicked the gun away. It slid toward Yang's feet.
おとなしくしろ。動けば殺す。
Dante pointed his gun to Roberto's back.
君はなんてことを。
Yeah, it was. Nicola quickly held me in his arms as I faltered and fell to my knees. I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. Aw.
なぜだ。
I get hugs though. That's always a plus. Roberto was looking at me with a dazed expression on his face.
なぜお前が邪魔をする。助けてやろうと思ったのに、もう少しでその男を殺せたのに。
Do I have a white knight here? What?
なのになぜ。
Roberto kept mumbling. He was obviously unaware of his surroundings. Hearing his words, Yeah, I don't need to be saved. What are you thinking? Fucking hell. I didn't ask to be saved. Unable to hold back my emotions, I raised my voice at him. I've never asked you or anyone to come and save me. I owe a lot to Nicola, and here you go trying to kill him. I can't possibly forgive you.
そんな、俺はただ犯罪者を。
You weren't listening at all, were you? Nicola saved you. He set things up here to save you from being killed. He may be mafia, even a criminal. But he still saved your life. And yet, you're missing something important as a human. I had never lost my temper like this before. I couldn't stop my emotions from flowing out.
バカな。
Perhaps because he was opposed by a civilian he was trying to protect, Roberto fell silent.
もういいよ。
But he was trying to. Nicola was on the verge of death just a moment ago.
落ち着くんだ。
I held my breath, hearing his stern words. Nicola looked straight into my eyes and suddenly brought me closer to him.
動かないで、今止血するから。
Huh? Nicola tore his handkerchief and wrapped it around my arm. I guess the bullet grazed me. It was then that I realized I had been grazed by the bullet. Called it. I didn't really feel anything though. I almost died. Suddenly, my body shook.
なるほどな。
Yang squinted a bit and looked at Roberto with keen interest.
やはり俺の意見が正しかったな。さっさと殺してしまえばよかったもの。
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that happening. Like if somebody gets shot, they don't feel it at first because their body is in so much shock.
人事のように言うな。この刑事に発砲を許したのは俺たち全員の怠慢だ。
どうだかな。なまっていたのはお前たちだけかもしれんぞ。
待てよ、ヤン、お前。まさか気づいてたのに止めなかったってわけじゃねえよな。
だとしたらどうする？そんなさじより今はこの男の処遇だろう。
殺す必要はない。
Nicola coldly interrupted their conversation.
なぜ刑事一人の暴走にわざわざ付き合ってやる必要がある？そんなことより彼を殺したことで僕たちの立場が悪くなるのは困る。
Yeah.
そんなことだと。
Roberto shouted with rage. But Nicola simply brushed him off and didn't even look at him. That is cold. That is very cold. Yeah. Wow.
ギルバート、僕は彼女を連れて先に帰る。後のことは任せていいね。
ああ、よく休ませてやってくれ。すぐに医者の手配をさせる。
ありがとう。
Nicola carried me in his arms and headed toward the parking lot. Princess Carrie? Ah!
ロベルト、なんでお前がここにいる？
マルコ。
発砲音がしたって聞いてな。たまたま近くにいたんで駆けつけたんだが。なんだこの結婚は。まさか。
誰も死んじゃいねえよ。うちの客が撃たれたがな。かすめた程度だ。
その男は正規の手段を取らずにカジノに侵入しようとし、警備員に捕らえられた。そして高速を振り切り発砲。よりにもよってこのアルカ地区で。
Oh no.
刑事としてあるまじき行いだ。違うか、マルコ。
Hello, John. How are you? Glad you can stop by.
すまねえ。
お前が謝ることじゃねえだろ。
いや、俺はロベルトの上司だ。こいつの行動の責任は俺にある。
マルコ、
あなたがこんな連中に頭を下げる必要。
Well, I hope you can relax and just enjoy the stream then.
うるせえ。
Oh!
お前は黙ってろ。
Marco punched Roberto and shouted. Marco then straightened himself to us.
今日の件は俺の監督不行き届きが招いたことだ。俺に責任を取らせてくれ。
マルコ、その男にお前がそこまでの世話を焼く価値があるか？
こいつはこんな大バカ野郎だが、それでも真面目なやつなんだ。こいつなりに本気でこの町の治安を守ろうと思ってる。
Hang on. Sorry, loud people. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Zach. Of course, I will. Will have a good weekend. I've had popcorners. Those are good.
.だから町に詳しいお前らから情報でも探ろうとしたんだろ
Sorry about that. Papa Ray just walked in. Huh. Really?
「この町を何とかしたいか。随分とおきれいな建前だ。死んでいるのは我々ブルローネマフィアのものばかり。警察にとってマフィアが減るのは都合のいい流れだろう。
Oh.
.そんなことねえよ。俺たち警察は町の平和ってのを望んでるんだ。
ヤンの挑発をあっさり受け流したか。さすが伊達に年を食ってねえな。
Huh.
俺たちを相手にするのに慣れてる。ロベルトとは格が違うか。
町に無意味な殺しが溢れてんなら犯人を突き止めて犯行を止める。無念のうちに死んだ思いを弔う。それが 俺たち刑事の仕事で信念だ。殺される人間がどこの誰だろうと、そればっかりは変わらねえ。
さて、弱ったな。
There was no real meaning in having Marco take responsibility for this. All that would do is remove an officer who knows how to work with us.
しかしロベルトはヤンの言う通り、ここで消しといた方がいいかもしれねえな。
I've seen guys like him before, with hatred in their eyes.
こいつを放っておけば何かしでかす。より面倒なことを。どうする探偵。お前の考えを聞かせてくれ。
マルコとは長い付き合いだ。能力も優秀で信頼している。ファルツォーネとしては彼の顔を立てたい。それに警官殺しは後々に響く。
そうだな。マルコにはうちの連中も何度か世話になってる。一応聞いとくが、ヤンはどうだ？
好きにしろ。フランチェスカも言っていただろう。小物の生死には興味がない。
Oh,
殺した方が早いとは思うがな。すでに話は長くなっている。これ以上揉めるのは面倒だ。
me and Dante looked at each other and nodded.
ま、そういうことだ、マルコ。今夜のことはお互い忘れようぜ。
感謝する。
Seeing Marco bow his head deeply toward us, I had no choice but to chuckle. Nicola carried me in his arms and headed toward the parking lot. I was taken back to the Visconti manor. Nicola quietly carried me into his arms and headed down the hall. Nicola? I'm fine, really. I'm not bleeding anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. Nicola was biting down on his lip with a serious look on his face. He seemed okay in front of everyone. Oh no. I had never seen him like this before. He kicked open the door into my room. He then carefully laid me down on my bed, as if he were handling a broken object.
どうしてあんな真似をした？
He grabbed my shoulders and closed in on me so that he could look into my eyes. What do you mean?
僕の前に飛び出したことだよ。君は本当に死ぬところだった。君がまだ生きていることが不思議なくらいだ。この程度の怪我で済んだのなんてほとんど奇跡だよ。
I'm sorry. All I could do was apologize for my actions.
まさかこんなにもバカだったなんてさすがに思いもしなかった。
But I looked at his jade green eyes. Oh. I thought you would be shot. I took action because I thought you were going to be shot. And
僕が危なかったから。
I nodded quietly in reply. Yes, it was just on impulse. I didn't have any time to think. I wanted to do something and...
はあ、もう、どうして君は。
I didn't want you to die. I just moved and... Whoa! I could suddenly see the ceiling. Before I knew it, Nicola was on top of me. I tried to raise my voice, but my words were being swallowed by his lips. Why? I couldn't understand what just happened or what was going on. I could see his eyes in front of me. His eyelashes were wet and quivering. His lips relentlessly took the air out of me. My fingers instinctively clasped his. His kiss was harsh and savage. Nicola. The kiss was so deep and sweet that I lost all will to fight back. I had no idea how much time had passed. My mind was all muddled when suddenly Nicola took his lips off mine. I tried to catch my breath. Nicola looked at me and mumbled.
あんなに震えていたくせに。
I didn't know why he suddenly kissed me like that. Oh, that's sweet. But I could tell now why he was so angry. You were worried about me?
そうだよ。僕は別にいい。いいんだ。僕はマフィアだから。いつか誰かの怨嗟によって死ぬ。そんな覚悟はとっくの昔に済ませている。けど君は違う。
His hands on me were trembling from anger and fear.
あの時、僕がロベルトに殺されたとしても、それは仕方ないことだった。けど、君は違うんだ。こんなことをすべきじゃなかった。絶対に。
But it would have mattered if you died back there.
君は。
If I had to go through it again, I would still do the same thing.
どうして？
Because I want to protect you, Nicola. Aww. I'd never felt so much pain before. Hearing him place so little value in himself while his eyes filled with tears gripped my heart tightly. Nicola saved me so many times. Now it's my turn to save him. Yeah, bye. I felt Nicola mumbling something while he kissed me. But I was of no mind to hear what he was saying. I accepted Nicola's sweet touch with open arms. I could do nothing but stop him while his lips were on mine.
どうして君はこんなに僕の心をかき乱すんだ。
Nicola stood up and ran out of the room, leaving me behind. Aw, dang it! I was all alone now. I still didn't fully realize what happened here or why. I tried to recall what happened tonight.
くそ、フランチェスカめ。
couldn't manage to release my anger, even after punching the alley walls. Okay, Kyle.
あの女もあの女だ。教会育ちの清廉な清らかな女だと思っていたのに。
What?
俺が助けてやろうと思ったのに。まさか本当に自らの意志であの男のそばにいるとでも。まさか彼女はフランチェスカに惚れて。ニコラ・フランチェスカ
What appeared from behind the dark alley? The object of my hatred.
貴様、ラオ州の。
まあ待て。引き金を引く前に少しだけ話をしよう。
犯罪者と話すことなど。
お前の正義にはいささか興味がある。俺が答えに導いてやろうか。
I wasn't sure how to react to his words.
殻を破れ。お前の望む未来はほんの少し手を伸ばせばすぐそこにある。
何を言っている。
なるほど。建前が欲しいか。ならばそうだな。そう、俺は苦しんでいる女を見過ごせないたちでな。
女？
フランチェスカに囚われたあの女だ。
Huh?
フランチェスカは恐ろしい男だ。本心がどうであろうとあの女には逆らう手段などないだろうよ。お前には聞こえなかったのか？あの女の助けを求める声が、真実の声が。
This guy's just stirring the shit, isn't he?
お前が見ているのは上辺だけか？
彼女が助けを求めて。
I'm fine.
考えてもみろ。ただの娘風情がマフィアに対等な立場として扱ってもらえると思うか？まったく哀れなことだ。いつの世もどの国も女は虐げられる生き物であることに変わりがない。
まさかフランチェスカは彼女を無理やり痛めつけて言うことを聞かせているのか？
ああ、さすが優秀だな、お前は。ローマ出身のエリートという肩書きはなかなかどうして伊達ではないということか。女に言うことを聞かせる手段などいくらでもあるだろう。特に奴はそういった悪行についても精通しているようだからな。先日も俺のもとに誰のものとも知らん耳が送られてきて肝を冷やしたものだ。
なんてことだ。
She simply couldn't call for help. If so, then I needed to take action. It was clear now what I needed to do.
フランチェスカが憎いだろう。あの男は最低の犯罪者だ。
ああ、殺してやりたい。
殺すだけでいいのか？
え？
死ねば何も感じない。痛みも苦しみも。フランチェスカはお前を貶め、女を恥ずかしめた。そんな男をただ殺すだけで気が済むのか？
What is this guy up to? I couldn't let him get away with his crimes.
あの男には死すら生ぬるい。
He needs to be shamed in front of all. He needs to suffer in complete despair.
あの悪漢にニコラ・フランチェスカにふさわしい末路を用意してやる。
そうだな。お前ならできる。俺は知っている。今までも上手に立ち回っているからな。
そうだ。俺ならできる。
フランチェスカを絶望に落とし、女を救ってやればいい。それは正義に通じる行いだ。
そうだ。これは正義だ。
His words were a beacon to me. I was finally able to see the path in front of me.
下っ端とはいえ、これ以上兵隊が減っては困るからな。しばらくはそちらで遊んでもらおうか。なあ、ファルツォーネ。
Wow. I tried to recall what happened tonight. Yeah! I tried to collect my thoughts while walking through the town.
不女子連続誘拐が途絶えた後、死刑はブルローネマフィアの取り締まりを強化し始めた。それに前後して各組織の構成員が殺害される事件が発生している。死体に争った形跡はほとんどない。しかも被害は全ての組織に出ている。単なるブルローネマフィア間の抗争とは考えにくいな。おまけにファルツォーネの幹部が留置場で不審死を遂げた。これは一連の事件に端を発するものか、それとも別件なのか。
The mafia in Berlone had greater prominence than the police. A member of the mafia being found dead at the station was unprecedented. In that sense, it could be linked to the unprecedented killings happening outside.
構成員殺しと同一犯、もしくは同一組織によるものだとすれば、警察内部に犯人または協力者がいることになる。仲間を疑いたくはねえが、俺たちのうちの誰かが関わってる可能性は高い。
That's what I think. As I kept thinking, a black luxury car stopped next to me.
あ？おお、ダンテじゃねえか。どうした？
マルコの姿が見えたからな。車を止めさせた。
Behind Dante was a young man acting as his bodyguard. His name was Leo, was it?
話があるなら屋敷に行くぜ。ここじゃ人目につくだろ
う。構わない。ここはファルチェだ。俺の言葉を吹聴する無作法な輩はいない。
なるほど。そりゃそうか。
マルコ、お前は構成員殺しについてどう思っている？
そりゃ難しい質問だな。
俺が求めているのは警察官としての意見じゃない。一人のブルローネ市民としてお前の意見を聞かせてくれ。
I sighed briefly and took a cigarette out of my coat.
殺されてるのはマフィアだけ。一般市民には被害は出てねえ。 マフィア同士殺し合う分には粛清だろうと処刑だろうと好きにしてくれ。そう思うやつが多いんじゃねえか。所詮対岸の火事ってな。
耳の痛い話だ。
まあなんつうか、今回の件はマフィアの構成員が殺されてるだけなんだよな。それも組織を問わずだ。怨恨にしては節操がなさすぎる。俺には目的が今一つ見えてこねえ。
同じことを俺の知り合いも言っていた。
例えばだぞ。今回の件、実はブルローネマフィアのいずれかが組織ぐるみで行ってたとしよう。自組織についてはまあカモフラージュついでの粛清としてな。だがそれで何の得がある。ただこの町の均衡を崩したいだけなら、そんなまだるっこしい真似をする必要はねえ。目的は金か利権か、どっちにせよブルローネマフィアをどうにかしたいんだろうよ。それこそお前らを互いに殺し合わせたいとかな。
Oh. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the same thing. Maybe I have a detective brain. I shared my deductions while taking a puff of my cigarette.
相変わらずただの刑事にしておくには惜しい男だな。
そりゃどうも。引退したらファルツオーネで雇ってくれるか。
And suddenly, I see something flash from afar. Oh no. Is that a sniper?
あれは銃口だって。
I rammed Dante into the ground and covered him with my body.
どこから？カポ、車に戻ってください。
Dante scoped the area to see where the shot was fired from. Leo grabbed him and shoved him into the car.
次はダンテか。随分と大物狙いだな。
I drew my gun out from my coat and ran into the alley where I saw the flash before.
マルコ、やめろ、オーナー。
Dante stuck his head out and yelled at me. I yelled back at him while keeping my pace.
俺はブルローネの刑事だぞ。見過ごせるわけねえだろ。くそい。年は取りたくねえもんだな。
I caught my breath while scoping the area. I didn't see anyone around.
逃げられたか。
Then suddenly,
マルコ。
ロベルト、何してんだこんなとこで。謹慎中じゃなかったか。いや、それより。
Roberto let out a smile. Oh no. I felt something dark and dense climbing inside me.
いや、これはきっと思い過ごしだ。
I tried to convince myself that I wasn't thinking straight because of my lack of hair.
銃を持った男を見てねえか。この辺にいたはずなんだが。
ええ、知っています。
Oh no.
おま
犯罪者は人間のクズだ。救う価値などない。それもわからずマフィアに迎合しているあなたは猛録している。
Roberto looked down at me and drew his gun. He pointed a gun at me. That wasn't right regulation.
だから死んだ方がいい。
What? No!
後の始末は俺がつけておきます。安らかに眠ってください、マルコ。
He's lost it. He's lost it. Look at his eyes. Ah! What the fuck? Creepy. Oh my god. Birds were chirping beyond the window. I need to wake myself up. I got up and looked around the room. Vivid images of what happened yesterday. Vivid images of what happened yesterday flowed into my mind. Yeah! Oh my gosh! Like, I saw it coming from like, a real... I saw it coming, but, like... I, like, knew he was, like, insane. I, like, knew he had something to do with the killings. But I didn't realize he would go that crazy. Gosh. Oh. Just thinking about it was making me blush. I placed my hand on my chest in the hopes that my heart would calm down. My feelings, I've known all this time. What about Nicola? What did he mean by what he said? Why did he touch me? I want him to let me know. I don't want to be kept in suspense. He seemed to be busy since that night. I hadn't had a chance to see him since. If I see him today, I'll try and get this cleared once and for all. Yes. With a resolve at heart, I finally step out of bed. Buongiorno. I greeted the room while opening the door. The lounge was amazingly quiet. I stopped myself at the entrance, bewildered by the stillness in the air. What's going on here? The members were all directing their focus toward the middle of the lounge.
君の言いたいことはわかるよ、オリバー。けど、君が納得するような答えはあいにく持ち合わせていないんだ。
Oh no.
では認めるということか。
Yeah. Yeah, Roberto thinks he's the hero, but he's lost it. Like, oh my god. Nicola and Oliver? They weren't yelling, but they both had stern looks on their faces.
君が求めているのは真偽じゃなくて結果だろう。
そうだ。この状況が続くのはファミリーのためにならない。
だったら僕が状況を動かす。そのためには時間が必要だ。多少の猶予くらいもらってもいいよね。
いいだろう。
Nicola looked away from Oliver and was heading toward me. Oh, is there a problem, Nicola? I saw you speaking with Oliver and... He pushed me away without a word. Eek! Just before he left, he leaned his face close to my ear and mumbled.
君の立場を悪くしたくない。しばらく距離を置こう。
And with that, Nicola exited the lounge. I hesitantly stepped into the lounge. Oliver, what just happened?
これを見ろ。
Oliver showed me an article in the newspaper. Wait. My voice trembled. The article says that Nicola attacked Dante and killed an officer on duty there. The officer's name was... Marco was killed? Seeing his name made my heart sink. Nicola killed Marco? I don't believe it. I mumbled in a daze, staring at the article. Oliver nodded briefly, then gave a deep sigh.
私たちとしてもこんな新聞記事を鵜呑みにするつもりはない。しかしこの記事に書かれていることすべてが嘘というわけではない。
I think they planted evidence. He definitely planted evidence.
何者かがダンテ・ファルツォーネを襲撃し、居合わせた刑事を殺害し、逃げた。これは紛れもない事実だ。
But Nicola wouldn't do that.
しかし、ブルローネ死刑は先ほど、その犯人はニコラ・フランチェスカだと正式に発表した。
That can't be right.
明確な証拠でもない限り、警察はこんな発表をしない。私たちを敵に回しかねないからな。
ニコラとファルツォーネの間にどういう圧力があるのか知らないが、ニコラは今ビスコンティの人間だ。勝手なことをされると困るんだよ。
むしろビスコンティで問題を起こすことがそもそもニコラの狙いなんじゃないか。あいつはもともと裏切り者だ。噂も意外と本当かも。
あまり憶測で物を言うな。ニコラはファミリーの一員だ。
しかしオリバ
ー、発言には責任が生じる。ニコラを仲間に招き入れたのは誰だ。ギルバートを侮辱する気か。
Oliver's question brought silence among the men in the lounge. I kept thinking about the article and the situation in the lounge. Something far beyond me is happening. That was all I knew for now. Some time passed. I couldn't get my thoughts straight with what happened. Some reached out to me and with concern, but I couldn't grasp what they were saying to me. I figured there was no use for me to be in the lounge, so I saw myself out when... Ah! You're Orlok. Orlok turned to me upon hearing me call out his name.
俺に何か
I just wanted to speak with you for a moment. Here, come into my room. It's this way. I tugged on his arm for him to follow me. Orlok followed without saying a word. I read the morning paper, and it said that Nicola killed an officer, Marco. Do you know anything about this incident by chance?
知らない
Really? You're an informant, right? I figured you'd know much more than me, since I'm locked here inside the manor. Orlok looked away from me inside.
情報屋っていうのは情報を売って金を得る職業。俺とあなたはただの顔見知り。ただで教えてあげる理由はない。
Oh, wow. So how much does it cost? I have some money back at church in my room. If it isn't enough, I'll find a way to cover it. Please?
お金はやっぱりいい。
Huh?
ニコラのことは嫌いじゃない。それにあなたには教えておいた方がいいのかもって思うからお金はいらない。
Thank you, Orlok. I gave a great smile hearing his words. Orlok looked at me, and for a second I thought I saw the faintest trace of a smile.
刑事が殺されたのは本当。ブルローネ死刑のマルコ・カルデローニ。
Marco. I still couldn't believe he was killed, even after hearing Orlok confirm his name.
続けていい？
Yes. I felt a sharp pain in my heart, but I nodded to let him continue.
マルコは死の間際に言い残した。ニコラにやられたって。
It can't be.
マルコは署内でも人望が厚かったし、市民にも人気があった。だから警察は黙ってられない。今回は相手が誰であろうと謙虚に持ち込むつもりで動いてる。それより今は噂の方が良くない。
Huh? I recalled something about a rumor earlier.
噂は怖い。風評はすぐ真実になる。マフィアは町の人から尊敬と畏怖を集めることで成立してる。だから尊敬されないマフィアは世間から殺される。社会的に。
I could see what he's saying, especially considering Berlone's background. I clenched my fist. I muttered the strength to ask Orlok. What is this rumor about?
ニコラがダンテを殺そうとして失敗したって思われてる。だから最近立て続けに起きてるブルローネマフィアの構成員殺し。それにもニコラが絡んでるんじゃないかって。
What? That can't be possible.
それは俺も知ってる。だけど町の人はそう思ってない。火のないところにも 煙は立つ。誰かが面白半分に言い出したこともそれなりに信憑性があれば、人はそれが真実だと思うようになる。そういうもの。
That's horrible. Then again, I understood what he meant. Various people came to the church. Rumors also followed them. Sometimes baseless rumors would spread like wildfire as if it were truth. Isn't there anything that can be done?
幹部のニコラがファミリーを裏切った。それは多分あなたが想像している以上に大変なこと。だからその時点でもう町の人たちからの尊敬を損なってたと思う。ニコラが裏切ったのはダンテに対する不満があったから。ニコラの目的はダンテを殺してファルツォーネのカポになること。ずっとダンテのそばにいたのだって寝首をかく機会を狙ってたから。町ではそう言われてる。
But why did Nicola betray the Falzone family? I didn't know the answer to that, which is why I couldn't refute what he was saying. But something isn't right. If he really wanted to become the boss, he wouldn't have betrayed the family. Even if Dante were killed, there's no way he'd be welcomed back to the Falzone, especially after his betrayal.
それとファルツォーネの先代のカポが暗殺されたって噂は知ってる？
Yes, I recall that rumor vividly. And I knew now that the assassination was indeed fact.
あの噂にもまた火がついた。
Why would it? I stopped mid-sentence and thought a while. Wait, don't tell me that people are saying that Nicola killed the previous boss.
昔からずっとファルツォーネの乗っ取りを企んできたんじゃないかって。
How dare they?
俺が話せるのはこれだけ。じゃあ。
With that, Orlok turned his back to me and headed to the door. I had no words to say to hold him back. I continued thinking, alone in my room.
あの日はちょうどニコラ坊ちゃんが留守にしていた晩でしてね。
Nicola wasn't at the manor the night the previous boss was assassinated. That's what Julia said. But
先代が亡くなった時、ダンテは真っ先に駆け寄って遺体にすがって泣いていた。
Nicola worded it in a way that sounded like he saw what happened that night. Huh? Maybe we'll find out.
俺にできるのはこれくらい。
I could only hope that the accusations would disappear. I really shouldn't take sides.
よ、情報や。
I stopped in my tracks and slowly turned around. I sensed his presence, but I didn't expect him to stop me.
お前に依頼があるんだ。ちょっと話さねえか。
依頼？今日はよく呼び止められる。
報告があります。
大方、巷の噂話のことだろう。
はい。組織内の一派に彼を担ぎ出そうとする動きがあります。過去にはニコラ・フランチェスカの方がふさわしいのではないかと考える派閥があるようで。
ニコラは優秀な男だからな。部下の面倒もよく見ていた。厳しくはあったが。だからこそ、ファミリーを離れた今も一定の人望がある、か。
おっしゃる通りです、カポ。そして、最初から裏切り者として彼を処罰していればよかったと。幹部の中からも不満を持つ者が出ています。カポの判断は間違っていたのではないかと。
なるほど。
このままでは危険です。組織の内外にはっきりと示すためにも、彼を、ニコラ・フランチェスカを粛清すべきではないかと。
Time to decide was drawing near. Nicola worded it in a way that sounded like he saw what happened that night. I finally understood why I felt something was odd about that line back then. A new day arrived. I went to the lounge first thing in the morning, but Nicola was nowhere to be found. Did he step out already? It was obvious that he'd avoid the crowd. Still, I hoped I would be able to see him. My shoulders dropped with disappointment.
ちょっといいか?
Buongiorno, Gil. Is there a problem?
あんた、そろそろ教会の様子でも気になってるんじゃねえかと思ってな。今日の午後、俺は礼拝に行く予定だ。一緒に行くか?
My eyes widened at Gil's invitation. I had completely forgotten about my home, with all the things happening around me. Yes, please. Thank you, Gil. I gave a bright smile, and Gil smiled back at me. Oh, but is it okay for me to go outside?
あんたの件については、会合で結論が出てる。他の組織が手を出してくるようなことはねえはずだ。
I see. I breathed a sigh of relief. I could finally go to church and see Sister Sophia and everyone else out there. Just thinking about it lifted my spirits. It feels like it's been a forever. Simply knowing that I was standing here made my heart swell with joy.
俺は聖堂に行く。あんた、シスターと話がしたいんだろ?
Yes, I think she may be in the rectory now.
おい、彼女について行ってやれ。
任せてください、ギル。
Gil ordered one of his men to follow me. Thank you, Gil. I'll see you later. I gave my sincere thanks and headed to the rectory. Sister Sophia! I ran as quickly as I could toward her. Sophia embraced me firmly within her arms. I'm so happy. Being able to feel her warmth like this is so comforting.
ずっと心配していました。あなたがファルツォーネの保護下を離れたと聞いて。何か不自由はありませんでしたか?
Yes, I'm fine. The Visconti family is taking great care of me, but Gil only brought me here for today while he's visiting, so I need to go back.
そうですか。
might not be able to come again for a while, but please don't worry about me. Sophia had a worried look on her face, but she nodded, hearing my words.
わかりました。あなたに神のご加護がありますように。
Thank you, Sister Sophia. Sophia told me about all sorts of things during the little time I had with her. That Elena was almost finished with her rehabilitation. That the Falzone family was still keeping watch of the area. And that, as Orlok said, the people in town were all speaking ill of Nicola and treating him as some kind of evil. I bid farewell to Sister Sophia and waited for Gil outside the church with my bodyguard.
待て。
Roberto. You. The last I saw him was back when we had the meeting at the casino. I kept my guard up as I turned toward him.
彼女に何の用だ？
俺は警察だ。マフィアに用はない。下がっていろ。
He glanced at me. It'll be okay. I responded with a nod. Those two getting into an argument would only make matters worse for the Visconti. I heard about Marco. My condolences.
ああ、死んだマルコのためにも、俺は必ずフランチェスカを逮捕する。お前を保護してやる。今すぐビスコンティを、あの犯罪者のそばを離れろ。このままでは危険だ。
I responded to Roberto. Hey, you. I'll stay with Nicola. No, I'm quite fine. I'm going to stay with Nicola. I bluntly refused Roberto's offer. I want to be with Nicola. After all this time, I finally understood why I wanted to be with him. I was in love.
あいつはニコラ・フランチェスカはダンテ・ファルツォーネを殺そうとした。自分がずっと仕えてきた相手をだ。お前も利用価値がなくなればすぐ殺される。それがわからないのか。
Roberto's words weren't swaying me. I felt surprisingly calm and serene inside. You're wrong. Nicola wasn't the perpetrator.
なぜそう言い切れる？
Nicola still cares about Dante immensely to this day. Someone else tried to kill Dante.
お前は汚れてしまったんだな。
What? Roberto looked down at me with cold eyes. I felt a shiver run down my spine.
何をしてる？
Oh, thank God. Suddenly, Gil's stern voice cut through the air. He stepped in between us to block Roberto's advancement.
待たせたな。さっさと帰ろうぜ。じきに夕食の時間だ。
Yes. Gil beckoned to me to follow him. I sensed something and turned around. Roberto stood there in silence. He wasn't trying to stop us, but he was glaring at us with the same hatred-filled eyes from that night. It was almost dinner at the Visconti. I was surprised to see Nicola ready for dinner. Nicola. Nicola shook his head slightly to let me know not to talk to him. Now wouldn't be a good time to talk. The men around us were whispering amongst themselves. It must be about the rumors from the article. Nicola looks unbothered, but that doesn't mean he isn't suffering. An awkward dinner came and went. Nicola! With dinner over, I ran out of the lounge to chase after Nicola. He opened his mouth to speak, but I began speaking first. I want to discuss something with you. It's about Roberto. He closed his mouth and thought for a moment, then nodded in reply.
わかった。君の部屋で話そう。
Thank you, Nicola. I smiled, hearing Nicola's voice again. I really did need to speak with him about Roberto, but I was overjoyed to have any reason to speak to Nicola at all. Nicola nodded after hearing my story about what happened back at the church.
これは僕の見解だけど、彼は君に強く執着しているように見えるな。特別な感情を抱いているんだよ。
Special?
そう。カジノで僕を撃った時もひどく動揺していただろう。君が僕をかばったことに。
But wasn't that just shock because he was close to killing a civilian? Whoops.
君が他の男をかばったことに反応していたんじゃないかな。
I suppose that could be possible, but I'm sorry. I must have been daydreaming.
気をつけろ。
I don't think he really likes me at all.
それはきっと僕にだからわかるんだよ。だって僕も。
He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A short moment of silence fell over us, but I mustered the courage to speak. Nicola? Seems like there are rumors going around town. Something about you killing Marco. They're also saying that. You're trying to become the next boss by killing Dante. He stared at me with a concerned expression. I looked back at him. Why aren't you denying what I said? Nicola, you didn't kill anyone. Why aren't you denying the allegations? I told him matter-of-factly that he didn't kill anyone. My unshakable conviction must be why he looked so surprised. I knew it. His expression confirmed my belief. Nicola didn't kill Marco.
どうして断言できるの？
Well, I calmed myself before continuing. I know you're not telling me everything, Nicola. But you're not the type of person to have killed Dante's father. You also wouldn't kill Dante to become boss. So there's no way you would have killed Marco.
何それ？感情論？
No, It's the conclusion I came to, based on everything I've observed until now. I didn't come to that conclusion from blind trust.
じゃあ君の質問に答えてあげよう。どうして僕が否認しないのか。
Yes, please do.
僕がアリバイを提示して殺していないと公に言えばこの状況は変わるかもしれない。けど、そうしたらいろんなことが明らかになってしまう。もしかしたら、誰かが秘密のままにしておきたいことまで。
Trying to keep secret. I took his hand hesitantly. Nicola swallowed his breath in surprise as I kept my eyes on him. Nicola, you were at the manor when the previous boss was killed that night, right? But you spoke about it as if you saw what happened.
先代が亡くなった時、ダンテは真っ先に駆け寄って遺体にすがって泣いていた。
What you said has bothered me all this time. Where were you that day, really?
わかった。あの夜のことを君に話そう。ただ、僕にも事情があるから、この話は他言無用でお願いしたい。
Yes, I promise. He then closed his eyes, recalling the past. He slowly began to speak.
あの夜、妙な物音がして、僕はカポの執務室を訪ねた。僕が行った時には全てが終わっていて、ダンテはカポの父親の遺体にすがって泣いていた。
Dante.
彼が泣いているのを見たのは、彼の母親が死んだ時以来だった。大人になってからの涙の方が、見ていてちょっと答えたね。僕は長年ダンテの父親を嫌っていた。ダンテに対して厳しすぎると思っていたし。それに、あの人は実子じゃない僕の方を可愛がっているようにすら見えた。
Yeah. I get it though. That's so sad.
表向きはね。ある程度年を重ねれば嫌でもわかる。先代はダンテを愛していたからこそきつく当たっていたんだって。
I can see that. A pampered son would only end up despised in the future.
そういうこと。それにしてももう少し他にやりようがあるんじゃないかと思ったけどね。対面があるとはいえ、ダンテに憎まれたら本末転倒じゃない？事実、ダンテ自身父親を避けているように見えたしね。でも本当は全部わかっていたんだろうね。泣いている彼を見たとき、僕はダンテの気持ちを初めて理解した。
Nicola.
僕にはその姿が彼の母が死んだ時に見た姿と重なって見えた。ダンテは当然そんな姿を誰かに、僕にだって見られたくないはずだと思った。だけどその時ばかりは僕も上手に見ていないふりをする自信がなかった。今も昔も嘘をつくのはそれなりに得意なつもりなんだけどね。
So that night.
一旦頭を冷やそうと思って屋敷を出た。 時間を置いて冷静になって、その後は上手に普段通りに振る舞うつもりだった。でもうまく演じているつもりだったのは僕だけだったんだろうね。
Come to think of it, Julia mentioned that you were making a lot of mistakes back then.
どうも僕はダンテのことが絡むと平静を保てなくなるみたいでね。
For you, he's like... Nicola nodded and continued.
尊重すべきカポというだけの存在じゃない。たった一人の弟みたいなものだったから。マフィアとして振る舞う間はボロは出さずにいられるんだけど、僕っていう個人になった途端隙ができちゃうんだろうね、きっと。
He's just a big old softy, isn't he? Nicola's explanation made it very clear what happened that day Dante's father died. But, Nicola? If you care so much about Dante, why did you betray the family? I bluntly asked the most important question. He smiled wryly, like before, but this time didn't reprimand me for asking.
組織を裏切ること自体はずいぶん前から計画していたんだよ。
Huh? Really? But I thought you cared about the family.
否定はしない。けど、あれは古い組織だ。多くのものに縛られすぎている。
Yeah, it is. I like seeing the character kind of develop in front of me. That's what I like about these games is like you get different perspectives of every character depending on what route you play. Their rules and traditions probably burden Dante the most.
ファミリーのことを思えばこそ、僕はもう終わりにすべきだと思っている。ファルツォーネとウィスコンティ、もともとは一つの組織だったにもかかわらず、双方には決定的な違いがある。君も知っているよね。
Everyone in Berlone knew why the Visconti separated themselves from the Falzone family. Oops. The Falzone kept only those within their bloodline. All of its members are Italian. The Visconti is the complete opposite. They recruit people on talent and skill.
そう。ダンテを縛るのはファルツォーネの血そのものだ。
Hearing his words felt like all the pieces were falling into place. Nicola, you still see Dante as someone very precious to you, don't you? You betrayed Dante, not because you hated him or because you wanted to be boss. He smiled with a hint of grief and replied to my murmurings.
そうだよ。僕はダンテのことを解放したいだけなんだ。ファルツォーネファミリーを潰してダンテからカポの座を奪い、ブルローネから追放する。この町を出れば彼は自由になれるんだ。血に縛られない生き方ができるようになる。
And that's why you betrayed the Falzone family? You turned on Dante and the family, knowing you would be marked as a traitor? Nicola gave a weak smile, as if to affirm that what I said was true. Wasn't there another option? This is way too risky and...
ないよ。 これしか方法はない。
Nicola stated it bluntly, while keeping that weak smile on his face.
僕だっていろんな方法を考えた。だけど、ファミリーがなくならない限りダンテを縛るものは消えない。
What about Dante? Does he know this? Does he know why you betrayed him?
知らないよ。だって言えばダンテは僕を止めるだろ。
But his calm answers were stinging at my heart. Is this what Dante really wants? I can't imagine Dante wanting to be free if it meant sacrificing you. That was simply impossible. Nicola placed a finger on my lips to stop me from continuing. His smile grew sad.
そこまでだ。
あ、
君にはわからないかもしれないけど、少なくとも僕は知っている。君に誰に理解してもらえなくても構わない。
Nicola has been thinking about this for years. He chose his path with resolve in order to set Dante free. And yet, here I was, trying to trample over all that. I'm sorry. And thank you for sharing. I feel better knowing what was on your mind. I believed in Nicola all along, but hearing him explain his reasons made the tension shrouding me melt away.
こんな話をしたのは初めてだよ。
Nicola sighed tiredly. He then gently, yet firmly, held my hand in turn.
今までずっと秘密にしてきたんだ。僕の目的も、僕の気持ちも。
Nicola? He looked into my flustered eyes and continued to speak. Oh.
僕は初めのうち、君のことを綺麗事でできている女の子だって思っていた。でも、それだけじゃなかったね。
He smiled at me and squinted as if trying to relive the past.
君は君なりに現実を見ていて、きちんと頭を使っていて、人を信じる優しさを持っていた。そして、自分の答えを選ぶ勇気も。
I chose my path, but I hadn't been able to put it into words yet. I hadn't told him what I wanted to share. Nicola? I love you. I could hear Nicola holding his breath. I'm happy when you're kind to me, and I'm sad when you treat me coldly. I'm not even sure when my feelings came to be, but before I knew it, my feelings were as clear as day. There isn't a single day that goes by that I'm not thinking of you. Everything I feel depends on whether you're with me or not. I would even jump in front of a bullet for you. Even though you did scold me for that. Nicola carefully chose his words and responded.
僕は今、連続殺人犯だと世間に思われている。君にだって迷惑をかけるかもしれない。だから、こんな半端な状態で愛の言葉をささやくなんてできない。ごめん。
Nicola seemed to be in pain. But as if he needed to share something important, he whispered in my ear.
だけど僕は君を失いたくない。
Nicola. That was all I needed to hear. His words filled my heart to the point where it felt like it would burst. I feel like tears are going to spill out. My fingers were swelling with heat. I looked into his transparent eyes and asked him something that was on my mind. Why did you kiss me that night, Nicola?
そんなこと言わせるの？
It's not like I can read your mind. You were worried and angry about me then. And then you suddenly... Thinking back at what happened is making me blush, especially with how close his face is to me now.
それはしたくなったから。
Do me?
どうしてそんな言い方するかな。
Oh, I'm sorry. I finally noticed what I just said. I was so embarrassed by how wrong that came out.
そうだよ。
Oh. Huh?
君に触れたかった。失っていたかもしれないと思ったらすごく怖くなって。
Nicola.
君は普通の女の子だ。僕たちとは違う世界で生きている。僕に好意を寄せてくれても答えちゃいけないと思っていた。けど我慢できなかったんだ。あの夜は。
He didn't look away from me and continued in his soft, mellow voice.
僕はこれまでダンテを、ファミリーを支えるためだけに生きてきたんだ。彼らを守るために他に大切なものを作る余裕なんてなかった。欲しいとも思わなかった。ファミリーのためならどこまでも非常になれると思っていた。だけど君の存在は僕の中でどんどん大きくなってしまった。もしかしたら他の何よりも。
His beautiful eyes quivered slightly. He frowned and spoke in a way that seemed ashamed.
ダンテは今僕を疑っているんだろうね。
That's not... I wanted to say that wasn't true, but... I can't say that. I don't know Dante's true feelings. Isn't there anything I can do to help? He chose a path of shame and disgrace for Dante and the family.
お前のような犯罪者の力を借りるのは気が進まなかったが、想像以上の結果だ。フランチェスカの名声は地に落ちた。ブルローネ市民も失望している。
ただ殺すのではつまらない。そうだろう？
ああ。だが、どうして俺に手を貸す？お前には何の得もないだろう。
そうでもない。フランチェスカの裏切りには何か理由があるはずだからな。裏切り者であるフランチェスカをファルツォーネは未だ野放しにしている。それがファルツォーネの甘さゆえの判断なら構わん。だがそうでなければいささか厄介だ。 あいつらが手を組もうとさして脅威ではないが、面倒が増えるからな。ともあれ、フランチェスカの裏切りに意図があろうとなかろうと、それが末端まで行き届いているわけはない。であれば、先に既成事実にすればいい。ファルツォーネの暗殺に成功すれば、それはそれで良好と思っていたが、結果は案の定だったな。
俺を侮辱する気か？
いや、そう悪い結果でもない。フランチェスカがまだファルツォーネと通じているなら、疑惑が芽生えるはずだ。フランチェスカが本当にファミリーを裏切ったのではとな。ファルツォーネファミリーには表面化こそしていなかったものの、元から派閥があった。今回のことでそれが浮き彫りになる。ファルツォーネ派はカポを狙ったフランチェスカに憎悪を燃やし、フランチェスカ派との間で内輪もめを起こす可能性が高い。
Ah, he wanted to start a gang war.
ファルツォーネが崩壊するなら祝福すべきことだ。奴らは特に警察に対して力を持っていた。長年の間、ブルローネに救う違法組織、許しがたい汚点だ。
そうか。
Madness is quite beautiful. This man burned with a fire of hatred for evil. A deep hatred and an attachment to Francesca.
愉快だな。この町で誰よりも悪をなすのはラオシュウの頭である俺だろうに。その俺の力を借りながら町を正している気になるとは実に滑稽だ。
何を笑っている？
いや、犯罪者を憎む正義の心に感じ入っていただけだ。昨今、この町を賑わすブルローネマフィアを標的とした連続殺人。そんな大それたことをこなす気概のある男はさすがに違う。
マフィアはすべて犯罪者。どうしようもないクズに社会のゴミ。だから、俺の手で減らしてやった。これは正義による浄化だ。
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. He was still staring straight at me as if he was prepared to draw a gun on me.
なかなか悪くない殺意だ。利用価値がなくなれば俺も殺すか。この調子でその罪もフランチェスカにかぶせてしまえばいい。そうすればお前の嫌いなマフィアがまた一人名誉のない無様な男としておでんの中で生き絶えることになる。それにせっかく手を組んだお前が犯人として挙げられては残念だ。必要なものがあれば 協力しよう。あくまでラオ州はリュウハンフイの支部に過ぎん。俺たちの目的は商売だ。この土地で幅を利かせたいわけでもない。ファルツォーネとビスコンティが消えれば撤退しても構わん。
I doubt I'll remember what I said here.
お前たちのことはせいぜい利用してやる。
And with that, he disappeared into the alley.
利用できるものならしてみせろ。俺の手のひらの上で好きなだけ転がればいい。
Oh no. He chose a path of shame and disgrace for Dante and the family. That must be beyond excruciating to someone with high expectations of honor. I squeezed Nicola's hand firmly as I tried thinking of something that could be done. Oh no, I think we're almost done. Was I asleep? I thought I was talking to Nicola. Maybe I fell asleep after we talked about everything that was causing me anxiety. I looked at the clock in my room. Not much time has passed. Then where's Nicola? By the time I found Nicola, he was looking outside the window in the hallway. I couldn't leave someone alone who had such a sad expression on his face. Nicola?
ああ、起きたんだね。
I'm sorry, I think I just...
疲れていたんだよ。少しでも休めたならよかった。
Nicola gently brushed a strand of hair away from my cheek. My heart raced, just realizing how much closer we were now. Nicola looked at me and smiled. But I couldn't shake off the sad expression I just saw. Nicola? How about talking to the others about it? You know, to explain that you didn't do any of it. That the rumors are lies.
せっかくの提案だけど、僕は君以外に真実を話す気はないよ。
What needs to be kept secret can be kept secret. You don't have to explain everything. But at the very least, you can deny the rumors.
明確な証拠も提示せず、具体的な理由も言わず、ただ否定だけするの？
Yes, I'm sure the people here are just confused about whether to trust you or not. If you don't say anything, they will only assume the worst. You came to the Visconti because you trusted Gil, right? If so, then maybe you can put a bit more trust in him.
確かにギルバートは噂を鵜呑みにはしないだろうけど。
Why don't we try? If it doesn't work, we can think of something else then. Nicola shrugged and laughed.
まったく、君は意外と頑固だよね。言い出したら聞きそうにない。
You're right about that. Well, it is a bit late now, so how about tomorrow at breakfast?
朝食の時はゆっくり話せる状況じゃないし、彼も忙しい男だから。もしかしたらギルバートはまだ起きているかも。
Huh?
彼、よく夜に談話室で酒を飲んでいるから。
Let's see if he's there then.
そう言うと思ったよ。
Nicola smiled and extended his hand to me. Thank you. I slowly took a hold of his hand. We then headed straight to the lounge.
深夜の合いびきか
Gil squinted, seeing us enter the lounge. He was swirling an amber-colored drink in his glass.
話があるんだ、ギルバート。
やっと来たか。
Gil spread some documents over the table.
お前らが考えることくらいわかる。俺の方でも調べてみた。今ちょうど報告を受けてたとこだ。
A shadow appeared next to Gil. Warlock? Why are you? I was surprised to see an unexpected guest. I could see Nicola is surprised as well. Orlok looked at us, then silently nodded.
オリバーと揉めたらしいな。
彼なりに心配してくれてね。
He wasn't suspecting you? The question escaped me before I realized it.
ダンテが狙われた時間、うちは幹部を集めた会議の真っ最中でな。オリバーもニコラもその場にいたんだぜ。だからうちの幹部級のやつらはみんなニコラの噂が濡れ衣だって知ってる。
Oh. Come to think of it.
私たちとしてもこんな新聞記事を鵜呑みにするつもりはない。しかしこの記事に書かれていることすべてが嘘というわけではない。何者かがダンテ・ファルツォーネを襲撃し、居合わせた刑事を殺害し逃げた。これは紛れもない事実だ。
Oliver didn't say that Nicola was the culprit. If anything, he was trying to calm the others.
わざわざ下っ端にまで説明しなかったのは理由がある。ニコラが幹部会議に参加してたって知られちまうと余計なやっかみが出てくる可能性が高いんだよ。どうして組織を裏切ったやつがとかな。うちは実力主義だが所詮はマフィアだ。裏切りって行為に対して潔癖なやつも多い。
Oh yeah, I see.
今までは事態を静観してたが悪化するようなら俺が止めに入る予定だった。
Gil then spoke in a serious tone.
ニコラは犯人じゃねえ。俺が誰より知ってる。だからな、どうにもきな臭いと思って調べてみたってわけだ。
Gil. Nicola picked up the report on the table and began flipping through its pages. Curious, I decided to peek over his shoulder.
ブルローネ市警にラオ州のヤンと通じているやつがいる。
Oh, and we know who it is. We know who it is.
マルコが殺害された件、犯人の名前をマルコ本人が言い残したことになってるけど、その言葉を直接聞いた人間は一人だけ。その人物は最近ベレーノにたびたび足を運ぶようになった。
つまり嘘つきはその男じゃねえかってことだ。
That's horrible.
今回ダンテが狙われたのは構成員殺しの延長ってことになってる。だがおかしくねえか？ファルツォーネの頭が狙われたんだ。ラオス州かビスコンティが疑われるのが普通だ。なのにダンテを狙った人間と連続殺人犯がいつの間にかイコールになってる。
は other shoe drop here.
町のみんなが気づかない間に世論は操作されてた。その刑事に。
Yes. I knew it. It can't be. So who is this person? Who is this person?
ロベルト・デ・フェオ。
Knew it. Knew it, knew it, knew it. Nicola looked up from the report upon hearing his name and muttered in a low voice. I was at a loss for words. Oh, hi, Newt. Hi. Thank you for the raid. I saw that. Thank you. Hello, Tacitus. I was at a loss for words. Roberto?
ブルローネマフィアの構成員を殺していたのは彼だ。マルコを殺したのも、ダンテを狙ったのも。
But why?
さあね。理由はわからないし、わかりたくもないけど。
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's my husband. That's my husband, Nicola. He's very nice.
Nicola は今ビスコンティの人間だ。ニコラに対する汚名はビスコンティのメンツの問題にもなる。俺も黙ってはいられねえ。
Gil's words were strong and clear, his eyes resolute. Yes, he is. He is good husband, material. Mwah! But then his expression clouded somewhat.
ヤンの意図も気になるとこだしな。少なくとも今すべきことはファルツォーネとビスコンティで対立することじゃねえ。
Nicola looked uneasy, hearing Gil's words. He came over to the Visconti to try and put an end to the Falzone family. Of course, he would be hesitant.
お前が言いたいこともわかる。だが、このまま好きにさせていいのか？
僕たちマフィアは誇りとメンツを何より重視する生き物だ。君の判断に従うよ、ギルバート。それに、やられっぱなしも尺に触るからね。
Nicola's determined smile seemed to drive away any hesitation in his eyes. Night fell upon the manor. Gil gathered his men to the lounge for a meeting. Is it okay for me to be here? Looking around, I felt out of place.
ギルバートがいいって言うんだからいいんじゃないかな。
ああ、みんな集まってるな。
Gil walked in casually, then took his position in the center of the lounge. He looked across the room.
ここんとこ流れてる噂、聞いてるだろ？ビスコンティの人間が。俺たちがファルツォーネのカポを暗殺しようとしたんじゃねえかって話。
Then Gil raised his prominent brow.
知っての通り、俺たちにそんな意図はねえ。噂は完全な誤解だ。ファルツォーネとは反りが合わないだけで、積極的に殺し合いたいってわけでもねえしな。だからダンテと直接話をつけることにした。
Gil's announcement caused a stir among the gathered crowd.
待てギルバート、お前まさか直接出向く気か。危険すぎる。少しは情勢を考えろ。
ダンテ・ファルツォーネは今ヴィスコンティへの心象が悪いはずだ。自分を狙ったのはヴィスコンティだと思っているだろうし、何よりヴィスコンティはファルツォーネを裏切ったニコラを受け入れている。
ああ、ギルが出向いたところで耳を貸してくれるとは思えない。腹心の部下が寝返ったんだぞ。恨んでいないはずがない。
Gil gave a deep chuckle at the comments.
恨んでる？ダンテが？ニコラをか？
Gil's chuckling became louder. He then looked briefly at Nicola.
ま、確かにニコラ自身もそんなことを言ってたな。ダンテは必ず自分を殺しに来るとか。
どちらにしろ僕は裏切り者だ。近いうちに始末されるだろう。ファルツォーネのカポであるダンテに、もしくは僕を快く思わないヴィスコンティの誰かにね。
Gil continued with a grin on his face.
この件に関しては当事者のニコラでさえ冷静な判断ができてねえ。俺たちにとっての禁忌を犯したわけだから当然とも言えるがな。
それはどういう意味かな、ギルバート。
お前ほどの切れ者でも自分のことは見えなくなるものらしいってことだ。はっきり言うぜ。ダンテはお前を殺さねえ道筋を探してる。
Nicola appeared surprised. Gil's mischievous eyes grew gleeful at Nicola's expression.
表向きどれだけ冷徹に振る舞ってみせても所詮はお坊ちゃんだからな。それはニコラ、お前の方がよく知ってるんじゃねえか。でだ。
Gil looked around again with a bright smile on his face.
実は今日ダンテに会ってきた。
Oh. Oliver was pinching his forehead in exasperation.
ギルバート、先ほどお前ダンテと直接 話をつけることにしたと。
ああ、直接話をつけることにして、もうつけてきた。
Everyone, including Nicola. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's what MC is noticing, mostly. When we play Gilbert's route, I'm sure that'll be brought up. This prominent brow, I noticed that too. Everyone, including Nicola, stood speechless at the sudden revelation.
ギルバート、このお前というやつは
怒るな、怒るな。
This was far beyond what the Visconti executives could comprehend. Gil continued speaking happily, seeing everyone's mouths agape in disbelief. We just got trolled, didn't we? I decided to go to the Falzone family early in the afternoon.
よう、ダンテ、具合でも悪いのか？ずいぶん難しい顔になってるぞ。
お前のせいだ、ギルバート。さっきから頭痛が止まらない。ビスコンティのボスが護衛も連れずたった一人で俺を訪ねてくるとはな。
まだろっこしいのは苦手なんだ。二人で面と向かって話し合ってさっさと結論を出したかった。
結論？
ああ、俺たちのビスコンティとファルツォーネには共通の敵がいるんじゃねえかって話だ。
Yes.
話してみろ。
I nodded, then disclosed all the information I had on me.
お前の暗殺未遂、マルコの殺害、どっちもニコラは無関係だ。あいつは事件が起きた時、うちの会議に出ていたんでな。誰にも崩せねえ鉄壁のアリバイだ。ニコラに罪を着せようとしたのはロベルト・デ・フェオって刑事だ。構成員殺しの方もこいつの仕業だろう。
刑事なら留置場にいる人間にも手を出せるというわけか。
I totally called it. It is the cop. Dante frowned, thinking. He then asked me a question.
ニコラのアリバイを証明できるのはディスコンティの人間だけだ。それを俺が信じると思うか？
はあ。
My immediate response made Dante's frown even more defined. But soon he let out a brief sigh and spoke.
あの日、俺を狙った人間がニコラじゃないことは分かっている。巷で噂されているファルツォーネの先代カポ。俺の父の死に関してもニコラは関与していない。あの件について言えば、俺は下手人を直接目にしているからな。
へえ、そいつは初耳だな。
当然だ。ファルツォーネの内部でもごく限られたものしか知らない。とにかく父の死と今回の件は無関係だ。おそらくはニコラの名を貶めるため真犯人がでっち上げたんだろ
う。ああ、ロベルトはどうも支援で動いてるんじゃねえかと思ってる。
あの男、カジノでニコラに向けて発砲したな。 周囲に各組織のトップがいる状態であえてニコラを狙った。
よっぽど執着されてるんだろうな、ニコラは。俺はロベルトの出方を伺いたい。正直まだ目的を測りかねてるんでな。あいつはニコラを恨んでる。だが今はまだ直接手出しする気はないらしい。荒領事だがニコラに警察署に向かわせてロベルトを刺激するってのも手だ。うちの人間で交流されてるやつが何人かいる。面会だなんだっていくらでも理由はつけられる。とはいえロベルトも署内じゃそう簡単に尻尾は出さねえだろうが。
その手段は現実的じゃない。お前も分かっているだろう。
Dante refuted my suggestion, then looked at me with resolve.
そんな遠回しな真似をしなくてももっと楽に敵をおびき出す方法がある。
それは
犯人は俺を狙ってきた。俺を殺してその罪をニコラになすりつけるつもりだった。だったらニコラよりも俺の方がおとりにふさわしい。俺が迂闊な動きを見せれば奴は今度こそ俺を殺しニコラにその罪を着せようとするだろ
う。そうだな。今お前が死ねば世間は間違いなくニコラを疑う。だからあいつを守るためにしばらく外出を控えてたんだろう。毎週通ってた教会にも最近顔を出してねって聞いたぜ。
ほとぼりが冷めたと思った俺が無防備な姿を市外にさらせば向こうも動かざるを得ないだろう。おとりには俺がなる。ニコラを使う必要はない。
It's all coming together, huh?
何をニヤニヤしている。
いや、お前ならきっとそう言ってくれるだろうと思ってたってだけだ。
Dante's brows twitched with dissatisfaction.
で、俺とダンテは作戦を詰めてきたってわけだ。
その作戦というのは？
ダンテには敵の本拠地を直接訪ねてもらうことにした。
となるとブルローネ死刑か。
いや、叩かなきゃならねえのはロベルトじゃねえ。
どういう意味だ、ギルバート。
Noticing the confusion among his men, Gil answered with a stern expression.
ロベルトはヤンと接触してる。
Oh, yes.
今回の件、ラオシュが裏にいるのか。
そう驚く話じゃねえだろ。ビスコンティとファルツォーネが揉めれば得をするのはラオシュだからな。
つまり先に叩くべきなのはラオシュ、そしてヤンというわけか。
ちょうど峡谷とのパイプが欲しくて動いてたとこだ。ラオシュが消えてくれれば交渉をより優位に進められる。ビスコンティにとっては十分な収穫だ。
Yang and the Lao Shu. Despite my short encounter with him, I could tell he was a force to be reckoned with. My instincts were telling me to stay far away from him.
じゃあダンテにはベレーノにあるラオ州の拠点を訪ねてもらうってこと？
そうだ。あいつには今日俺がファルツォーネに対してやったのと同じことをしてもらう。手を組んでビスコンティを倒さないかって話をラオ州に持ちかけてもらうわけだ。
なるほど。ファルツォーネは世間の噂を信じたふりをするというわけだね。裏切り者のニコラ・フランチェスカがカポの暗殺を目論み居合わせた刑事を殺した。そんな人間をかくまっているウィスコンティをファルツォーネは許しておけない。徹底的にブルローネから排除すべきだとラオ州に持ちかける。そんな筋書きかな。
I felt a little uneasy about Nicola's words. His plan also.
待ってくれ。その作戦はあまりに危険すぎるのではないか。のこのこと敵組織のカポが拠点を訪ねてくる。そんな美味しい獲物をみすみす見逃すほどラオ州は甘い組織じゃない。
What Oliver said was right. But Gil was smiling without a care in the world, unfazed by Oliver's concerns.
そりゃそうだ。花から向こうもダンテを無事に返す気はねえだろう。だがダンテをやるならおそらく会合の後だ。警戒心が緩んだとこを狙う。俺ならな。ラオ州が考える筋書きとしてはそうだな。ラオ州はファルツォーネの提案を受け入れ協力関係を結ぶことを約束した。
その帰りビスコンティに僕に狙われた。
今ニコラの噂で町は持ちきりだ。ブルローネの人間は簡単に信じるだろうさ。それが真実かどうかは関係ねえ。
その筋書きに反しビスコンティはファルツォーネと共にラオ州を一気に叩くということか。
俺とダンテはそう考えた。それとこれはあいつからの提案なんだが、襲われたダンテをビスコンティが守ったって形にすればいいと言われてる。
なるほど。こちらがファルツォーネのカポを助けたという既成事実を作るわけか。
Smart.
そうすれば町の噂は払拭されビスコンティの名誉も挽回されるだろう。
Gil nods at Oliver's deduction. He then looked at Nicola.
ニコラ、お前にはダンテの警護についてもらう。
僕が？
お前がダンテを助けることで俺たちがダンテの暗殺に関わってなかったっていうアピールになるだろ
う。それは重要な役割だね。とても。
ああ、銃の手入れは怠るなよ。
I don't know. Usually VTubers put it in their name that they're a VTuber, or their bio at least. Nicola smiled at Gil's playful tone.
怠ったことなんてないよ。銃を持った日から今日まで。
Nicola? It didn't seem like he was lying, but something wasn't right. Nicola's smile looked strange, and it was bothering me quite a bit. I should ask him about it later, or at least that's what I'd hoped. The moment the meeting ended, Nicola briskly exited the lounge. With the meeting adjourned, I hurriedly chased after Gilbert.
話があるんだ。ちょっといいかな。
ん？何か気になることでもあったか？
彼女に聞かせたくない。場所を変えよ
う。うん、いいぜ。そういうことなら少し外を歩くか。
Oh, do you get those DMs from like the bots saying, "Oh, I'm a graphics effects artist. I can make you a VTuber model or some emojis or logo." I close my DMs because of that, but I do get some of them following me. Like if I want art from somebody, I'll seek them out myself. The time was well past midnight. The people here loved to stay up late, but the streets were already empty. Still, I could hear the merriment riding upon the breeze that blew by.
君が話してくれた作戦の概要はよくわかったよ。あの作戦が合理的だということに異論の余地はない。ただ一つだけ、警備が手薄になる屋敷にあの子を残していくのには懸念がある。
彼女か。
ああ、君も言った通り、ロベルトは僕に執着しているんだろう。けど、それは彼女という存在なしには語れないものだと僕は思っている。
Yeah, I think I see that.
今、本当の意味で誰より危険なのは彼女なんじゃないかな。
More than Dante acting as bait, more than myself covering for him.
わかった。彼女には護衛をつける。それでいいな。
護衛だけじゃ。
What Gilbert proposed was sufficient. But something inside me was telling me that it wasn't enough. I needed to be with her to protect her. I couldn't trust anyone else to handle that. The thought crossed my mind instantaneously. Gilbert gave a sigh, seeing my impatience at his proposal.
いいか、ニコラ。ロベルトがもし彼女に手を出してくれるならだ。それは俺たちにとって最高にラッキーな展開じゃねえか？
ギルバート、それは。
睨むなよ。悪気はねえんだ。ラオシューとはマフィアとして決着をつければいい。だがロベルトの場合、ただ殺せばいいってもんでもねえ。あいつはローマに太いパイプを持ってる。現政権はちっとばかしマフィアに厳しい。そんな中でいたずらにあいつを殺せば面倒になるのは目に見えてる。あいつに関しては黒だっていう決定的な証拠が必要だ。
そうだね。君の言葉は正しいと思
う。もしビスコンティの屋敷に踏み入って女を拉致したとなれば、さすがにあいつも言い逃れできねえ。そうなりゃニコラが刑事を殺したってあいつの証言もその信憑性を改めて問われることになる。お前のためなんだぜ、これは。お前はマフィアだろ、ニコラ。だったら自分がすべきことをしろ。
わかった。でも約束してほしい。必ず十分な護衛をつけてくれ。
I stare into Gil's eyes to make my statement crystal clear. This was about all I could do for her. What I needed to do next was coming around the corner. Whoops. What I needed to do next was coming around the corner. Dante was risking his life to help me restore my dignity and name. Even with that in mind, all I could think about was her. The moment the meeting ended, Nicola briskly exited the lounge. The following day, the Visconti hurriedly rushed back and forth in preparation. Gil knew that the longer it took to set up, the weaker their advantage would be. So before even a single week passed, the day to take action arrived. Nicola. Bodyguarding while Dante acted as bait. Even someone like me could see the dangers involved in this situation. It's almost time. I suppressed the anxiety inside me and got up to see everyone off. I was a bit late, as the top brass were all about to board their vehicles. Nicola noticed and came walking toward me.
見送りに来てくれたの?
Yes. I don't know why. It feels like it's been forever since we last talked.
ああ、このところ下準備で忙しかったからね。別に君を避けていたわけじゃないから。
It almost sounds like an excuse. I giggled at his attempt for an excuse, a rarity for Nicola. Nicola blinked, seeing me smile. I searched for the right words to say. Please come back safely. Nicola gave a gentle smile.
僕は帰ってくるよ、必ず。
He looked straight into my eyes. Perhaps it was because he was about to risk his life. His eyes were burning hot with passion.
いい？僕が戻るまでおとなしくしているんだよ。
Okay. He spoke as if consoling a child. I gave a smile and reassurance. There are a lot of people here, so I'll be fine. Without saying a word, he extended his hand to me. His fingertips were about to touch my cheek. But before they could come into contact, Nicola quickly withdrew his fingers.
僕たちはこれまで後手に回ってきたからね。今日だって全てが思惑通りに運ぶとは限らない。本当に何が起こるかわからないんだ。
But you'll still go, right? My heart felt like it was choking as I replied to him. It's too risky. I'd rather not see him go. My honest feelings were circling around my mind. But I can't say that to him now. You need to go. For the family. I looked at Nicola while trying to fight off the tears swelling in my eyes. His eyes stared straight into mine.
そうだよ。だけど、僕は。
Nicola's fingertips touched my cheek.
まだ迷っているんだ。本当は。
Whoa! Nicola breathed in slowly, then brought me into his arms. Aww. What's the matter, Nicola? His tight embrace felt like he was holding on to me for help. I could tell he was feeling weak inside, despite his calm demeanor.
僕のせいで疑われているヴィスコンティへの義理立ては当然行うべきだと思うし、僕に裏切られたのに僕を助けようとしているダンテを守りに行くべきだと思う。だけど計りにかけているんだ。どうしても嫌な予感が消えなくて。
A bad feeling?
僕たちが留守の間、もしかしたらこの屋敷が襲われることだってあるかもしれない。それなのに僕は君を守るどころかそばにいることすらできない。
Nicola, I was surprised by his sudden embrace and his words. I could feel Nicola's feelings flowing through me from his body.
ごめんね。こんなこと君に言っても不安にさせるだけなのに。
Don't worry. I held Nicola rightly and decided to express my honest feelings. I'm happy you're telling me all this. It's worse not knowing what's on your mind. Nicola has a lot on his shoulders. I can only assume how much he is going through. If only I could help lighten his burden, even for a moment. Nicola gently whispered in my ear.
急いで帰ってくるね。全部片付けて着せられた汚名を晴らして、それから間違ったものを正して。やることは山積みだけど全部終わらせてから君に伝えたい。だから僕は死なないよ。
Nicola hesitantly let me go, and I could see his sad expression. I've never seen him like this before. I didn't expect a day like this to come.
終わったか、ニコラ。
A jolly sounding voice jumped suddenly into my ears, accompanied by a wide smile. Gil is staring at us with a wide grin on his face. Oh, I forgot everyone is still here. Everyone kept their distance and was looking at us from afar with gentle eyes. This is so embarrassing.
別れのキスはしなくていいのか？
Hey, Gil, stop joking. I protested at Gil's teasing smile while hiding the redness from my face. But Nicola nonchalantly spoke with his usual poker face.
唇は迎えてもらった時にいただくよ。ただ今のキスの方が僕好みだからね。
なるほど。
Gil nodded as if what Nicola said made sense. I could feel my cheeks getting hotter by the second.
じゃあね、行ってくるよ。
Be careful. I somewhat awkwardly smiled at Nicola, and he smiled as well. Cars finally went on their way. I stood alone, watching the cars disappear from sight. Please be safe. All I could do now was pray. Dante was heading into the Lao Shu's headquarters with only a few soldiers. I was hiding and watching him from afar. Next to me was Gilbert. The Veleno district was under Lao Shu rule, and so we could only hide a few of our men. That meant that if they happened to strike, not many of us would be around to help. Oh no. All I could do now was pray. I disengaged the safety and racked the slide. My hands moved unconsciously after so many years of doing this.
ずっとこの世界で生きてきた。
And yet, I can't seem to get her silhouette out of my head. Even on the doorstep of the battle to determine the fate of the Mafia in Berlone.
まだそんなことを考えているなんて我ながら愚かしいね。
I breathed slowly to calm myself from the rattling emotions I felt. They should have met by now. I couldn't bring myself to eat, so I brought a cup of cafe latte with me to my room. I passed the time worrying about their safety. It already felt like ages had passed. Oh no. After some heavy knocking, the door slammed open. There stood one of the soldiers who had been standing guard in the manor. What is it?
大変だ！ニコラが撃たれた！ラオ州の奴ら、人目も気にせず、拠点に招き入れる前に攻撃してきやがった。ニコラはダンテ・ファルツォーネをかばって銃弾を受けたんだ。
It can't be.
すぐ医者のところに運ばれたが重傷らしい。ずっとあんたのことを呼んでるんだ。一緒に来てくれ。
I responded. I'll go. I looked straight at the man and answered him quickly. I'll go. Take me to him.
ああ、車は下につけてある。こっちだ。
I followed him out, leaving everything behind. My coffee grew cold on the table. Oh no. I was running as fast as I could. Berlone's streets were cobbled with stone. Driving would take more time as the car couldn't fit through these narrow alleys.
早く行かなければ。
What just happened flashed back into my mind. The fierce gunfight was expected. It all started the moment Dante left the Laoshu's headquarters and got into his car. At that moment, masked men approached and began to fire. I covered myself as I moved in to take a shot at them. Dante rolled away from the gunfire and took the safest cover he could find.
資格の選び方は同じか。お互いに教え合いながら育ったわけだから当然かな。
Dante unloaded his gun, dropping his spent casings onto the ground.
なぜここにいる？
それはもちろん襲われている君を守るためなんだけど。
I responded naturally to his query. I thought we wouldn't be able to talk like we used to, but it seemed I was wrong.
そんな暇があるのか？俺は誰に守られなくともこの程度の場面くぐり抜けてみせるが。
Dante emerged from the corner briefly and fired. I could tell he hit his target by the agonizing scream from afar. Oh, okay.
彼女のことだ。大事なんじゃないのか？ファルツォーネにとってじゃない。もちろんディスコンティにでもない。
I couldn't reply. Dante continued speaking while keeping his sights on the enemies nearby.
お前に執着している刑事がいるだろう。ロベルトと言ったか。数日前、ファルチェの古い廃ビルを買い取ったと今朝報告が上がった。 一階の刑事がそんなものを買って一体何に使うんだろうな。
I had a sinking feeling, hearing his words.
後ろ暗いことを企んでいると自ら公言しているようなものだ。叩けば出てくる誇りもあるだろ
どうしてそんなことを
Why are
僕
you
に
telling me this? Oh, yeah. I replied to his plainly spoken musings. Dante didn't answer my question and instead continued to speak in his usual tone.
この位置が気に入った。二人で隠れるには手狭だろう。ここから一人いなくなってくれると助かる。それとことが済んだら屋敷に顔を出せ。お前の口から説明してもらうことが山ほどある。
ああ、分かったよ。必ず。
Dante pushed me to do what I wanted. I was finally ready to act. I carefully avoided the others as I withdrew, then jumped into a car parked in the alley. I drive away from the roaring gunfire. In the end, I chose Lilith. I returned to the manor to find the bodies of soldiers who were assigned to stand guard. Lilith was nowhere in sight.
嫌な予感をしていたんだ。
I was planning on uncovering Roberto's deeds after everything was settled, but I was too optimistic in thinking that was how events would unfold. I jumped in my car and raced to the False district.
ギルバートと連絡を取っている時間はない。
I bit down on my lip to try and keep my cool. If only I had been true to my heart. If only I told her I wanted to be with her.
いや、後悔するのはまだ早い。まだ間に合う。間に合わせるんだ。
Falce was home to many of the wealthy, so only a few abandoned buildings existed. Falce was like my backyard, being brought up as a falzone.
大丈夫だ。必ず見つける。
I drove through the side roads at full throttle.
どうか無事で。
After getting off the car at Falce, the man was leading me through a narrow alley. Nicola came out here?
ああ、あいつは警察に狙われてる。だから病院には連れて行けなくてな。
We came in front of an old building.
ここだ。
I knew it was a trap. He opened an unlocked door and gestured for me to go inside. I took a deep breath, raised my head, and stepped carefully through the doorway. The room was completely empty.
おい、どこにいる？約束通り連れてきたぞ。
He looked around and yelled aloud, but no one answered. But I sensed a presence behind me. I turned back toward the entrance. Behind the door was Roberto.
そうか。だったらお前は用なしだ。
I forced my scream back inside of me. The man was shot in the head from behind and crumpled to the ground. Blood splattered across the floor. This was the second time I had seen someone killed in front of my eyes. The first was the night Nicola saved me.
待ったぞ。
Roberto Roberto holstered his gun and slowly closed in on me. I took a step back. Where is Nicola?
あんな男のことなどお前が気にする必要はない。近いうちにあいつは片付ける。
Roberto looked strangely upset as he turned his hat in his hands. Later? That means... He's not here, is he? What a relief. Roberto raised his brow, confused as he looked at me. After a moment, he nodded to himself.
なるほど。混乱しているようだな。
No, I'm very calm. I tried my best to keep up a strong front in front of Roberto. I couldn't show that I was scared of him. You killed Marco, and now you're trying to frame Nicola for it. I also know you used Nicola's name to get me here. Roberto stared at me.
フランチェスカの名前を出したのはある男の提案によるものだった。
An ally?
俺の理解者だ。
Roberto cleared his throat and changed the subject.
フランチェスカが怪我をしたという理由だけで素直についてくるとは思わなかったが、おかげで無駄な手間をかけずに済んだ。教会育ちだからか、お前は本当に博愛に満ちている。誰に対しても優しい。だが優しすぎる。マフィアなど目をかける余地もないのに。
Roberto, you seem to be quite mistaken.
なんだと？
Roberto frowned. It's not altruism or kindness. The reason I came all this way was because of Nicola. I love him. I love Nicola. Roberto's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He regained his composure quickly.
こうしてお前を呼んだのは救ってやろうと思ったからだ。
I moved back slowly with each step that Roberto took toward me.
マフィアどもの屋敷で暮らし、あの最低の犯罪者の情婦になり下がっていたようだが、それでも俺が救いの手を差し伸べれば今度こそ目を覚ますのではないかと。
No.
フランチェスカを捨てて俺の元へ戻ってくるのなら心よく許してやろうとさえ思っていたのに。
You know, that's not up to you to decide. Roberto didn't seem to see me as he continued talking.
だが、もういい。そこまで心を決めているのなら、死ぬことしかお前に救いはない。
Roberto spoke boldly and ever so naturally raised his gun at me. And all of a sudden...
やめろ!
A voice echoed through the building. Yes! A number of shots were made at the ceiling to distract Roberto.
くそ! 貴様!
I could see Roberto planning to pull the trigger the moment he saw his target. No! I dashed toward Roberto and tackled him from behind. The bullet fired from Roberto's gun flew far away from its target. I tripped and fell toward the ground. But before I hit... Nicola! Nicola grabbed my arm to keep me from falling.
こっちだ!
Okay. I quickly steadied myself and followed after Nicola, who was pulling me by the hand. We finally escaped from the building. We ran through the alley as fast as we could until we reached the bustling city street.
ここで走ると目立つ。
Nicola kept a hold on my hand and strode through the droves of people.
人混みに紛れて逃げよう。まだロベルトを殺したくない。少しは作戦に合わせないと。ただでさえ勝手に構想を抜け出してきたんだからね。
You left to come and protect me? I couldn't stop my body from shaking. I didn't expect him to come for me. Nicola turned his head to me and smiled gently. He continued without answering my question.
ファルツォーネとしてもヴィスコンティとしても彼には公正な裁きを受けさせたいんだ。マフィアに闇討ちされたではなくね。そうすることが僕たちの汚名を注ぐことにつながる。それに君にこれ以上血を見せたくない。
Nicola. And suddenly,
なんだジューシー。
出てこいフランチェスカ
a lunatic voice rose above the gunfire. Roberto was closing in on us.
お前が出てこないならこの町の腐った人間を一人ずつ減らしていく。マフィアの権力に甘え恩恵に預かる愚民に生きる価値はない。
What is he saying?
これが正義だフランチェスカ
Nicola's eyes grew cold. He turned around, loosening his grip on my hand. I tried to stop him by squeezing his hand tightly. Yeah! This is messed up. I'm going with you, Nicola. We looked at each other for a moment. That was all that was needed. He understood right away. I had no intention of changing my mind.
僕の後ろに。
People were scattering away from the gunfire. Nicola parted the oncoming crowd and headed straight toward the source. And he finally found it.
僕はここだ、ロベルト。
His voice was loud and clear over the people running and screaming. Nicola held my hand and stood in front of me to cover me.
おとなしく姿を現すとはいい心構えだ。今すぐ彼女を離せ。彼女はお前のものじゃない。
Roberto demanded him to release me, to which Nicola replied,
最初に言っておくけど、僕は君の正義を裁定するつもりはないよ。ブルローネマフィアの構成員を殺したのも、それにマルコを殺したのも、君にとっては正義なんだろう。
マルコはマフィアと長らく通じていた。この町の警察官には皆多少なりともマフィアとつながりがあるのは理解している。だがマルコは肩入れしすぎた。死んで当然だ。町を腐らせるマフィアと何も変わらない。
マフィアならいくらでも殺していいって。
Oh, this is a confession, isn't it?
当然だ。それこそが町の浄化に平和につながる。
Nicola stared at Roberto in silence with his cold and ruthless eyes.
僕たちは暴力で暴力を御す生き物だ。暴力で金を集め、権力を集め、人の意向を買う。町を、そこに住む者たちごと土地を守る。そのためなら死すら恐れない。だから僕たちは尊敬されるんだ。
尊敬だと？
いいかな、ロベルト・デ・フェオ。 たとえ君の正義を世界中が認めたとしても、僕の答えは変わらない。
He spoke boldly to Roberto.
この子は渡せない。僕は彼女を愛しているから。
Roberto's eyes widened and his lips quivered.
愛しているだと。お前のような犯罪者が。
僕は名誉ある男だ。
Shut up.
だから愛する女性は命に代えても守る。
バカな。お前のような犯罪者ごときに名誉など。
Roberto's face contorted with agony, but Nicola smiled.
僕は絶対にこの手を離さない。
He was right. He had been holding my hand all this time. His feelings seemed to flow through my hand to warm my heart. Roberto stood there, shaking in rage.
君はたくさんの人を殺し、そして僕の大切な人にまで手をかけようとした。その裁きを受けるべきだ。けど裁くのは僕たちじゃない。君の好きなイタリア王国の正義、司法に身を委ねるといい。
くそい、ふざけるな。お前は犯罪者だろう、フランチェスカ。裁かれるのは俺じゃない。責められるべきがお前だ。その女も本心では俺を求めている。違うと言うなら殺してやる。女もお前も。
Nicola sighed, hearing his madness explode in front of us. He then let go of my hand. Whoa! Before I knew it, his gun appeared.
じゃあ殺してあげるよ。
He spoke without remorse. His eyes were dead cold. I had never seen Nicola like this before. Roberto froze while pointing his gun at us. He was gasping for air as if he was being stared at by death himself. Oh. And in a flash of a moment, the scene playing out before me unfolded as if in slow motion.
君は僕の忠告を無視した。
I remembered the words he said before.
覚えておくといい。彼女を傷つけるのは僕が許さない。君の正義を押し付けるな。
It's because he threatened me. Roberto fell to the ground with a thud. Nicola looked down at him.
僕はね、こんな生き方をしているけど、望んで人を殺したことなんてなかった。だけど、君のことは、心底殺してやりたいと思ったよ。僕の誇りにかけて。
Nicola put his gun back in his coat, then smiled at me.
終わったよ。
Nicola. I hugged him tightly. He held my shivering body with firm arms. Within a day, the people of Berlone found out what really happened. The Falzone family boss, Dante Falzone, was attacked in the Veleno district, and a gunfight ensued. By sheer coincidence, the Visconti family was nearby and saved his life. Yeah, he was a madman. During that time, Detective Roberto De Feo went on a shooting rampage in the Falce district. To prevent further violence, the Visconti's Nicola Francesca shot and killed him. Later, evidence was found proving the detective's connection to Lao Shu. The discovery was made implicating Roberto in the mass murders against the mafia in Berlone. Roberto had given his eyewitness account of Marco's final words, naming Nicola as his killer. But his words were to be rescinded later.
あんたを屋敷から連れ出したやつはラオ州とつながりがあったらしい。あんたを危険にさらしちまった。本当にすまなかった。
Gil was struck with remorse, but he raised his head to look straight at me, apologizing in earnest. It's all right, Gil. You don't need to apologize. I shook my head and smiled. Nicola came to save me, so I'm okay. I know you've been through a lot of trouble for me, Gil. Gil worked with the newspaper to publish Roberto's deeds and clear Nicola's name. Shook my head and smiled. I think I forgot to save at a point. Oh well. He never once reprimanded Nicola for moving on his own during the mission. Nicola really appreciates what you've done too.
言っておくけど、僕はまだちょっと怒っているよ。
Nicola? I sighed, then looked at Nicola.
まあ、ちょっとだけだけどね。
Nicola shrugged, but I could tell he was angry inside.
君は本当に危ないところだったんだよ。いつ殺されてもおかしくなかった。僕がたどり着く前に終わっていたかも。そう考えると怒りが収められないんだ。ギルバートに対しても、もちろん僕自身にも。
Gil nodded in response.
ああ、惚れた女の命がかかってたんだ。そう簡単に許せるわけねえよ。それにほら、ニコラは根に持つタイプだろ。
I can see that.
それは失礼じゃないかな、僕に。
Gil cleared his throat to change the subject.
とにかく、ニコラへの疑いは無事に晴れたと言っていい。それに明日にはオリバーが分野に書かせた新しい記事も出る。
Article?
そうだな。簡単に説明すると、ファルツォーネを裏切ってビスコンティについたニコラ・フランチェスカの行動はすべて見せかけだったって内容だ。ニコラの裏切りはブルローネマフィアを狙った連続殺人犯をあぶり出すために必要だった。ファルツォーネとビスコンティは水面下で手を組んでおり、この町の不穏分子を叩くために動いてた。そういうことになってる。
Are you sure that can go in the paper? Isn't Dante going to be upset?
ダンテの許可は取ってあるからな。双方の構成員にもすでに伝達済みだ。
まさか僕たち僕に知らせるのを一番最後にしたってこと？
Nicola looked bewildered, and the corners of Gil's lips turned upward.
ご名答。 事態が落ち着くまでは秘密裏に俺とダンテだけで取り決めた約束だったが、ことが片付いたんで裏事情を公表したっていう体裁を取った。
そんなこと勝手に決められても困るんだけど。
Nicola bitterly shrugged his shoulders.
僕は本気で裏切ったわけだし。
お前の目的はうちに来てファルツォーネを潰すことだった。ただしカポであるダンテを殺さずブルローネ追放で手打ちにする。その代わりニコラ・フランチェスカは最大限ビスコンティのために働く。そういう条件だ。
I didn't know that.
この条件から考えりゃお前が何のためにファミリーを裏切ったかは想像に難くねえ。
So Gil knew all along. He knew that Nicola betrayed Dante and the family to let Dante free.
だがニコラの思惑にダンテ本人の意思は絡んじゃいない。そうだろう。
君だってダンテの性格は知っているだろう。彼に面と向かって話せば反対する。自分を殺して自由を諦める。ダンテはそういう男だ。
ニコラ・フランチェスカ。
Gil suddenly spoke in a serious tone.
そろそろ腹をくくれ。お前が真実名誉ある男ならけじめをつけろ。
けじめね。
Nicola looked sternly at Gil.
ギルバート、君は僕に何を求める？
Gil narrowed his eyes. I couldn't tell if he was angry or if he was just having fun.
手始めに俺のファミリーから出て行ってもらおうか。
Huh? I expressed my surprise without thinking.
ニコラとの契約は終了だ。散々家の中を引っかき回されたからな。お前はビスコンティにはいらねえ。
随分な物言いだね。
お前の目的はファルツォーネを潰すことだが、ラオ州が倒れた今となっちゃうちとしてはファルツォーネと戦争するより住み分けた方が面倒も少ないんでな。だからお前の目的はここじゃ果たせねえ。どこへなりと言って好き勝手一人でやれ。ああ、そうだ。自分で持ち込んだもんはきちんと持って帰れよ。
Oh. Oh. Gil then looked at me. I wasn't sure why he was looking at me, but after a short moment, it dawned on me. Are you sure? Gil responded quickly.
ラオ州がなくなったんだ。失った上がりを補うには教国は嫌でもうちとの交渉の席に着かざるを得ない。せいぜい優位な条件で取引をさせてもらうさ。あんたって存在がなくてもな。それに今回の件でビスコンティは大枚はたいちまったからな。余計な居候を養う余裕はねえんだ。
Gil.
仮にもし俺がダメだって言ったらどうなると思う？
Huh? Then I would have to stay here forever.
あんたが惚れてるのはこの町最大のマフィアファルツォーネファミリーを敵に回した男だぞ。躊躇なく俺に銃を突きつけるだろうさ。あんたを俺から奪うためならな。
After hearing Gil's words, I turned my head to look at Nicola. He caught my eye and smiled. His usual front was making it hard for me to tell what was going on in his mind. But I'm pretty sure what Gil said wouldn't have been too far from the truth. That's what I believed, at least.
分かったらさっさと荷物をまとめるんだな。
After Nicola and I left the lounge, he let out a sigh.
実はダンテから屋敷に顔を出せって言われているんだけど、すごく生きづらい。
It can't be helped. Gil stepped out right after us, and hearing Nicola's words, he burst out laughing.
情けねえな。腹を割って話せばいいだけだろうが。お前がやろうとしたのはダンテだけじゃねえ。大勢の人間の人生を変えちまうことだ。その真意を伝えないままでいるなんて筋が通らねえにも程がある。
Gil kept talking so that Nicola wouldn't have a chance to argue.
ダンテが本当に自由になりたいって言うなら、ブルローネはビスコンティがもらう。それだけのことだ。
And what would you do to Dante? Gil shrugged at my question, exhaling deeply.
そんなふぬけは殺す価値もねえな。この町から追放してそれで終わりだ。お前がどう立ち回ろうと結果は変わらねえ。
Gil changed his tone.
ニコラ・フランチェスカはブルローネのためにビスコンティに来た。事態が落ち着いた以上、お前がこの屋敷を出ていくのは当然だ。口裏合わせろよ。
And with that, Gil walked down the hallway and out of sight.
腹を割って話せばいいだけか。一言だと思って簡単に言ってくれるね。
I'm sure Gil was trying his best to cheer you on.
分かっているよ。行こうか。
To the Falzones?
うん。ダンテときちんと話をする。
Yes, I'm sure it will go well.
君も一緒に来てくれる？
Why, of course. Nicola sighed and smiled, seeing me beam brightly at his invitation.
ニコラさん、お帰りなさい。
Upon our arrival at the Falzone Manor, Leo greeted us with a bright smile on his face. Leo, it's so nice to see you again.
はい、お久しぶりです。
Leo was so happy to see Nicola that it almost seemed like he was going to pounce on him.
俺、ずっとニコラさんのこと信じてましたからね。何も教えてくれないなんて水臭いですよ。本当に急で、俺すごく心配して。
そうだね。突然みんなを裏切って心配かけてごめん。
それも作戦だったんだし、ニコラさんが悪いんじゃないって分かってます。けど心配しました。とにかく2人が帰ってきてくれて嬉しいです。
いや、帰ってきたわけじゃなくて、今日はダンテに挨拶しに来ただけなんだ。僕事前にそう連絡したよね。
それってつまり帰ってきたってことですよね。とにかくカポがお待ちかねですよ。どうぞ中へ。
はあ。
Nicola groaned, not being able to get through to him. I chuckled at their usual back and forth. It almost felt like nothing has changed. inside the manor brought back memories of our living together here. We could reminisce later. It was time for us to go and meet Dante. Leo took his leave near the salon, and we continued our way down the familiar corridor. Nicola's expression hardened the closer we got. Sensing his tension, I reached out and gently took his hand. He looked at me astonished. He quickly squeezed my hand and smiled to show that he was all right. Soon we arrived at the office where the Falzone's boss resided.
来たか。遅かったな。
Dante slowly stood from his chair and looked at us. For several moments, Dante and Nicola looked at each other without a word. Nicola broke the silence and began to speak.
君に礼を言いに来た。
礼か。覚えがないな。
Dante spoke in a low voice, his expression unchanging. Nicola responded.
君にもらった情報のおかげで彼女を助けられた。君の情報がなければ僕はきっと彼女を大切なものを失っていた。
Dante calmly looked into Nicola's eyes and asked you a question.
あの時、昔のお前ならどうしただろうな。ファミリーの作戦を無視し、俺を置いて一人の女の元へ走ったか。
それは。
Nicola was hesitant to reply. Dante looked at me.
お前はどう思う？
I took a deep breath and answered. The old Nicola wouldn't have come for me. That was why I was completely surprised to see him there back then. He would never have left your side if he were still with the Falzone family.
同意見だ。ニコラが忠実な構成員だったことは、この俺が他の誰より知っている。
ダンテ。
Nicola tried to speak, but Dante shook his head and continued.
たとえファミリーを裏切ったとしても、その目的は俺を害するためじゃない。考えれば考えるほど、そうとしか思えなかった。
Dante was speaking from the heart. He looked at Nicola sternly with unwavering eyes.
なぜファルツォーネを離れた？正直に話せ、ニコラ。
Nicola was still hesitant to speak. But after a moment, Nicola finally opened his mouth to say what was on his mind.
君は血に縛られている。
そうか。だからか。
Just a single line from Nicola. That was all Dante needed to hear. Dante closed his eyes, as if reminiscing.
否定はできない。組織を背負う重責を感じたこともある。俺はカポとして未熟だ。本来ならまだこの立場につくべき人間じゃない。迷いもあった。ファルツォーネのカポでいることに。今回の件、責任は全て俺にある。
He lowered his head and closed his eyes in suffering. But soon enough, he lifted his face to us, showing his usual self as boss of the family.
ファルツォーネファミリーは俺が守るべき場所だ。使命や生まれによる義務だけじゃない。俺はこのファミリーを守りたい。これは俺自身の意志だ。それがたとえ血に縛られた生き様だとしても。
ダンテ、君。
俺は名誉ある男だ。この胸に 消えない誇りがある。カポとしての宿命を手放しはしない。俺は死ぬまでファルツォーネの男だ。
本当にいいの？
At Nicola's question, Dante gave a small smile.
俺自身が選んだ。悔いはない。
そうか。
Nicola sighed with relief, but chuckled to himself with scorn.
全ては僕の一人相撲だったってことか。
俺のことを考えての行動だったとしても、お前はファミリーに背いた。離反はマフィアとしてあるまじき振る舞いだ。本来なら厳しく処罰しなければならない。だが、ニコラ・フランチェスカという男は、俺にとって、兄にも等しい存在だ。俺も人間だ。兄に手をかけることはしたくない。
そんな。
Nicola covered his face with his hand and tried to shake off his tears.
今まで僕を兄だなんて一度も言ったことなかったくせに。そういうのは反則だ。
Nicola's voice shook.
ニコラ、ありがとう。
Thank goodness. I breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that their true feelings had finally been shared. Silence took over the room for a moment. Then Dante spoke.
お前がいないと、仕事が滞って仕方ない。おかげでずっと寝不足だ。
Dante pouted in a manner that almost seemed as if he were back in his youth.
俺に愛想が尽きたのでなければ、この屋敷に戻ってほしい、と思う。
なんで、それは。
ただし、次の裏切りは許さない。約束できるか、ニコラ・フランチェスカ。
Nicola placed his hand over his heart and replied with dignity.
約束する。ダンテ・ファルツォーネ。君というカポの右腕として、僕はファルツォーネで生きていく。
交渉成立だな。
Tears swelled in my eyes. As I tried to fight back my tears, Dante turned his head to me.
お前のことも巻き込んでしまってすまなかった。
Not at all. I'm fine, really. I didn't expect Dante to apologize to me as boss. I would have been dead that night if Nicola hadn't come to save me. On top of that, I'm beyond happy that Nicola is back to being a falzone again.
君って子は。
Nicola sighed, hearing my words. Dante looked at both of us and smiled.
俺は二人を祝福しよう。心から。
Thank you. With our conversation with Dante over, I walked out to the garden with Nicola. We sat on the bench and breathed in the fresh air. The cool breeze signaled the coming of winter. After a short moment, Nicola thanked me.
ありがとう。
Nicola? He looked around the beautiful garden and spoke softly.
また君とこの庭を見られるなんて思ってもみなかった。 この中庭は僕たちが何度も同じ時間を過ごした場所で、僕が初めて君に甘えたくなってしまった場所だ。
His words brought vivid memories back from when we were in the garden. He said to me that he was only being kind to me because I was of some value to him. I wonder if what he said back then actually had some truth to it. Nicola looked at me and whispered quietly in my ear.
ねえ、僕が前に半端な状態って言ったことを覚えている？
Yes.
僕は今連続殺人犯だと世間に思われている。君にだって迷惑をかけるかもしれない。だからこんな半端な状態で愛の言葉をささやくなんてできない。
Nicola forced a smile while looking straight into my eyes.
今なら君に伝えられる。聞いてくれますか？
He spoke my name and slowly placed his hands on mine. Yes, please tell me.
素直になるのは、本心を語ることは今もまだ少し抵抗があるんだ。けどどうやったって隠したままではいられない。
His beautiful jade eyes were captivating. Deep in his eyes, I could see my reflection as well.
僕は君のことが好きだ。愛している。どうかこれからもそばにいてほしい。
Nicola held my hand more strongly now.
僕はマフィアだ。その生き方は変えられない。君はきっといつか後悔する。僕を嫌いになる日が来るかもしれない。血に濡れた僕の手を汚いと思うかもしれない。でも僕は君を離してあげられない。だからごめん。諦めてくれる？
My heart trembled from his words. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. Yes, nothing would make me happier. I want to be with you forever. I don't care if you're mafia. Hearing my response, Nicola embraced me.
ねえ。
I looked up and saw him grinning with a playful look on his face.
キスしてもいい？
Oh?
シニョリーナ。
Yes. I chuckled at his request, and the tears flowed from my eyes. Why, of course, Signor Francesca. I closed my eyes, hearing him talk to me the way he did before. Tears of joy and happiness slowly rolled down my cheeks. Oh no. No! Skip it! The birds were chirping, beckoning the sunrise. The winter sunlight gently shone inside through the glass window. My mind sleepily tried to awaken from the morning light. I tried to stretch away the tiredness I felt, but I couldn't seem to move. Well, I felt warmth right next to me. Oh! Good morning, Nicola.
おはよう。すっかり目が覚めたみたいだね。
Yes. His gentle smile was so endearing that I wanted to hide my face. Nicola is looking at me. That was all he was doing, That alone was embarrassing for me. Just thinking about yesterday was too much. Even now our bodies were in contact. I could feel Nicola's warmth on my skin.
今のうちに謝っておこうかな。
He played with my hair, using his fingers. I looked into his face as he whispered.
昨日はごめんね。僕は自分のことをもうちょっと冷静な、理性的な人間だと思っていたんだけど、どうも実際は違ったみたいだ。
Nicola, just a moment. I realized what he was referring to, so I tried to stop him from saying anything further.
あまり無理をさせたくなかったんだけど、本当は。
Wait, you don't have to tell me.
思い出すも何も、たった数時間前の出来事なのに。それとも、もう忘れちゃったの？それは僕、男として結構自信なくすんだけど。
I didn't forget or anything. That's not it at all. Just thinking about it is... I feel like I'm going to die. Nicola looked at me with caring eyes as I blushed a scarlet red.
ごめんね。僕が悪い。怒っていいよ。
I wasn't sure if he was genuinely sorry or if he was simply teasing me. Look at his bright smile. Just hearing him speak to me like this is making my heart beat so fast that I can hear it thumping in my chest. I wanted to hide myself from him. Of course, it was impossible, so I decided to simply reply to his question. No, I'm not mad. In fact, I'm happy now.
嬉しい。何が？
I can feel that you really love me from the bottom of your heart. Nicola?
もっと伝えたくなってきた。
Oh. Huh? Oh, I need to get up. I have to go and help Julia with...
大丈夫。まだみんな寝ているよ。もう少し僕とベッドにいよう。
But any more of this and I think I really am going to die. Dying from embarrassment, but more so from the happiness of being with him. Nicola spoke to me in a sweet and gentle way, in an effort to delay my departure.
誰かに触れて、こんなに幸せな気持ちになったのは初めてなんだ。だから、もっと僕を幸せにして、愛しい人。
Oh my.
ね、お願い。
That's so unfair, Nicola. How could I refuse that? I was unable to hide my blushing from him in such close quarters. He smiled and gently embraced me. Welcome to Barlone, facing the Adriatic Sea. A town ruled by the Mafia. I was born and raised in a world outside of the Mafia, and I fell in love with the Falzone family's underboss, Nicola Francesca. Talamitas virtutis in Casio ex. I can't read that. Nope. Huh? Huh? Oh, yes. Short stories. Huh? Let's see my progress. play some of them off stream. Ah, yes. Yeah, it's getting kind of late, so let's see what we have here. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Oh, cool. I can rewatch it. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it for me. It's very late. And yeah, we'll see you all for next week. Hi, Yumiko! Hi, Yumiko! You all just came at the very end of the stream. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hi, Yumiko, and to you, Avarice, Charter Jarvie, Lordzilla, Midnight. It's okay. It's okay. Dr. Frederick, hi. No, it's okay. Oh, was this from the Mario Party collab? Yeah. The Mario Kart collab? Hello, Mopey Topi. Don't worry, I just want to say hello, everyone. So yeah. Well, I'm sure I will see you all tomorrow. Or at least hear from you, because they are here, yes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I did. We did finish the route. Thank you, Abby. Oh, yes. So, tomorrow, we are having a collab with Yumeko, Midnight, Kuro, and Nova. We are doing an Overwatch collab at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. So be sure to catch that. I will be streaming my point of view, so if you want to see someone completely fail, yeah, watch me. I don't know how to play Overwatch, I'm gonna admit. So, yeah. Thank you for the raid. It will be fun. Yes. I did. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Well, anyway. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you for coming, everybody. That was a nice little surprise at the end. I got rated a little while ago, too. Thank you very much. Here, I'll give you a kiss. Thank you. Have a good night.